Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Hash Church, episode 40. Can you imagine that we've been at this for 40 weeks? I'm just going to send out the links real quick here, get the email sent off, get the Facebook link sent off. I want to say hello to everyone and welcome. And thank you all for really just being pretty awesome. I think there we go, get me up on the screen there. It's been a pretty cool thing. I'm going to start today's Hash Church with some coconut oil extract that D420K gave to me. Now, I hope D420K is going to be making it today. He said he was going to try to come down and check it out. And hopefully this video is going to run okay. It looks a little bit choppy right now. Welcome, Etienne.
Good morning, Bubbleman. How are you, sir?
I'm doing okay. It seems like my internet's a little sketchy right now. I hope I didn't make a crucial error in.
You're slightly choppy. I mean,
yeah.
Choppy. It's just you're moving just a little blocky.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's going to record like that, or I wonder because it hurts my brain to think that it could. It almost I should have started my computer over. What a moron! Oh well, we'll do what we can.
Yeah, you may want to do that because I see a ManyCam thing on your screen.
And do you think the ManyCam screen is what's mucking it up?
Yes, most likely.
Yeah, so let's see what we can do here. We can go exit. All right, and we can go to camera.
Yeah.
All righty. Let's try that out for size. A little bit better. So how are you?
That's better. I'm doing good. Doing excited. You know, a lot of things happening this week in the world. You know, people are very excited about what's happening up in Canada. People are excited about what transpired here in the United States for gay rights because it's also Pride weekend, and people are going ape shit. Hey, it only took us nearly 10 years to follow you, Canada. Once again.
Well, it's because we have so few people. We're able to really get away with things that, well, that and the fact that the whole world doesn't watch us like they watch you. You know, America is a real world power. Canada's just kind of like their weird cousin up north or whatever. Wow.
But we love you guys. On top of that, you know, we had the whole ruling regarding our health care. On top of that, you know, the whole flag thing, 2 different flags. It's really crazy with the whole Confederate flag thing going on. It's been a nutty week here in America, much less, you know, trying to push what we're already pushing for cannabis all over the place. What's going on with Canada now with any news from the health department regarding the concentrate licenses?
You know, not so much. I guess Health Canada is probably going to be moving as fast as they can. They're going to have to, because with 7 Supreme Court judges laying down the law as in immediately. So one of the cool things that I'm assuming, of course, but that I really like is that, you know, because our MMAR license is held right now, it's like they all ended on the 31st of March, but they're sort of in limbo and we're still allowed to use them. All the rules that applied to that license are a little bit kind of in the air. For instance, you're only allowed to grow indoor or outdoor, and you have to choose which one you want to do. Well, with the ability of not being able to apply and them not fixing it, that gives us the ability to do outdoor or indoor because our licenses are in limbo. These are all, it's loosening it up and allowing us to do more. Obviously, now we're allowed derivatives and extracts. We were allowed that back in Canada, or in BC, I should say, for the last couple of years, thanks to the beginning of the Owen Smith trial. But now, thanks to the Owen Smith trial going right to the Supreme Court, we're even in a better situation with extracts and derivatives being all across the board now federally. I can take a plane and I can go anywhere I want with my extracts. That's huge, man.
That is epic. So I wanted to start off this morning. I got some rosin actually in the store the other day that's coming in. And Yeah, it's coming to market. Thank you, everybody. Finally, after much discussion, people have heard enough about it that the patients are actually benefiting from it. So, hey, you made that, though. This is a Bubba Kush rosin from French Laundry here in California.
I saw that. I saw you post that picture. I liked their little logo.
Their graphic is classy. I can't deny it's very nice. But the product is also exceptional. You know, it's going to retail, I think, between 30 to 70, I'm told, because it's a little expensive for the high-end stuff, but comes together very nice, very consistent throughout. So very pleased to see a nice product. You know, they have different levels. One is a little darker in color. This one was nice and clear. And hey, to everything that's happened this week. Salute.
Yeah. I will join you for that. I noticed that my rosin, the hash rosin is obviously almost always going to be darker, unless you're taking a really light colored sift or a fresh bubble hash. You'll get a much lighter product, but then you end up getting the product with potential water in there. So it's sort of a judgment call on each hash maker's sort of what you want in your bowl. If you want it sizzling and hitting you in the face, or if you just want it to disappear. And with water hash, it's always been like that. With water hash for a while, my God, it must have been 5 years, Etienne. Everyone had wet water hash.
Oh,
it's why when I first saw Frenchie, when I first saw him putting all that hash there, and I had not seen it in person, I was worried that it could be potentially wet. Mostly because back in the day, that's what we all did. We took that bubble hash wet, and we pressed it all up into these cannolis, into these real sort of Frenchy style, and it looked amazing. That little bit of water in there just made it look like glossy and insane. But then it would butter and cake out after a couple of days, and then it would get a weird kind of funky smell, like, ooh, geez, there's like a lot of water in there. So I didn't realize when I first saw Frenchie's pictures and stuff that he was really drying that hash out and getting it nice and dry before he was sort of pressing it all up into a ball. And it's important because a guy like that, he's obviously doing a lot to make that right. I would suggest that a lot of people that come in behind him and try to copy him, a lot of those people might make mistakes and press up that hash wet. It's the hardest thing to dry water hash, as you know.
Right. Well, now with these dry vacs, and as well as these, these different layers of heat now that are available, that kicks it and changes the whole level a whole other notch, because now you can make exactly what you want. On top of that, you no longer get that mustiness that happens, or that spoilage, or you close it up and you open up and you get a white fuzzy ball. Worst thing ever.
And especially, welcome, Tony.
Hey, Tony, welcome.
How you guys doing?
Hey, Horatio.
Morning.
Tony coming in for the quickness. I like the variety of hats that we have going on here. I mean, we got a whole sort of variety here. You guys are great. Well, I'm going to have a rip on that note. Celebrate people everywhere being able to marry across the United States. I think that it's just, as gays have the same rights as straight people when it comes to marriage, and why shouldn't gays be as miserable as straights? Let them be married. Oh, did I just say that?
Yep.
I love marriage.
Now people are hoping that, people who are in the gay community will now assist people in the medical and then the cannabis community to help us further our social justice issue a bit more, because we need some better representation out there, needless to say.
Fucking A. Well, honestly, I'm stoked for them, and this dabs for you, my LGBT community. Little early morning sigh from Tony V.
Yo, I'm sighing. Frickin' A.
Wow.
The frickin' A. I still have this computer virus that I had last. I have a computer virus on a Mac, or a adware virus on a Mac, and I have my own virus in my body.
Damn, dude, you've been hurt.
Hope you feel better, Tony, and hope your computer feels better too, man.
Yeah, only when I go on Facebook to go onto Hash Church does it pop up and take control of my computer and don't allow me on the internet.
Well, that's trippy. That's enough to drive a person insane. But we see you right now, loud and clear, and I can tell that you're home.
I'm on my home computer, but the laptop is. That's what happened to me last week. I couldn't get it on because this little message pops up and says, "Warning, warning, you have some kind of like you have to call this number." And then then you call the number and you talk to an Indian guy, and the Indian guy's, "Hello, how can I help you?" And you're like, "Well, my computer has this pop-up that won't go away that says I have to call you in order for it to go away." And he's like, "Yes, that's right. All I need is your DNS and full access to your computer, and, so I can access your computer remotely, and I'll remove it." And then I was like, "Well, who put it there?" I was like, "Because if I'm calling you and it's telling me to call your number, and that's the only pop-up, it's just like, warning, warning, call this number, otherwise it won't come off your computer."
Wow.
So we finally talked to the guy, and he says, "Yeah, I'm the one who put it on your computer." Like,
what?
Yeah, no, the adware is from them.
But are you on a Mac?
I'm on a Mac.
Okay, so all it is it's an add-on, and you can turn that off really easy by going into your add-ons. Macs don't get viruses, but they have created a unique one. John got this very same thing and sent his computer away, and I was like, dude, no, all you did was you clicked on a BitTorrent, you tried to download a program or something, or like half the people in the chat, they're like, oh, he's watching porn, probably because they themselves watch too much porn, and this happened to them. But I had it happen when I downloaded Final Cut Pro, the newest one, and I downloaded it, and then I got this, and I just did a little Googling because I knew Macs weren't the same as PCs, and I realized it was a simple add-on, and I went into Firefox, and I went into the little area that said add-ons, and there it was. I just disabled it and deleted it, and what it was doing to me, it was popping up. Like YouTube was all of a sudden just full of ads, like insane amount of ads. Every site that I went on, these motherfuckers would put ads into Firefox, and I finally got rid of it, thank God.
This was, so, you know, I went deep on it, and basically you open up your system preferences, and where it has security, it has that little spot that has the add-on, and I disable it. I turn it off, and then I clear all my cookies, and you just wait less than 30 seconds, and all of a sudden, in the cookies, it just 29 of them come up, and they're all jacks and hacks and trying to steal your identity and all these crazy things. So, I mean, and it only happens, it was working fine for the entire week, but it only happens when I try to log into Hash Church.
Yeah, someone in chat is saying, "Oh, you can get viruses on a Mac." It's like, yeah, you can get them, but they don't happen very often. Yeah, AdBlock, Firefox, it's pretty easy to take care of.
Well, this guy's saying it's not a virus. The guy that put it on there, the company, they charge you $200 to take it off. And here, I'll go on to it now.
What a scam. Welcome, Todd. We're just talking about computer scams with the Macs. Tony's got some sort of a little Falto virus, like a little add-on type of thing that's fucking with his computer. So that's the discussion for the first
on a Mac.
40.
On a Mac.
On a Mac.
He talked to the virus maker.
It's not a virus. It's the Indian guy that put it on there that wants full access to my computer, and I have to pay him $200 to take it off.
No.
He, I was
Why
like,
are you guys? How is this possible? The Indian guy called you up and said, "I'm computer," and you said, "My computer."
no.
When I got that call, I said, "What makes you think I got a computer?" And he says, "You do not have a computer?" And I said, "No," and he hung up on me. But what does your screen say, Mark? There's no way, Tony. This is not possible.
Adware Medic. Adware Medic, William Wonder says. We'll fix it. Absolutely fix it. Just figure it out.
Adware Medic? This thing's unbelievable. It's offline and it's still popping up cookies in this little back-end thing. This is...
It might not really be offline. How did you... So what were you doing? Looking at porn? What, you think you won the lottery? Somebody gave you a new iPad? How did this happen?
This happened... I was hanging out at a friend's house in Santa Rosa, and I went to his house, and I was like, hey, let me pull up this... it's a friend business partner guy, and I said, hey, let me pull up this purchase order on my computer and we'll go over it. And he was like, okay, cool. So I said, what's your internet password? And literally I type in his password, and as soon as I hit enter, it's like, warning, 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 and it's like nonstop. And I'll show you what it does. Here, I'll show you what this thing does. This is
Get Adware Medic right now, Tony, and just fix it.
Yeah, I will. I just want to show you how insane this is, though. This is
on an Apple. I gotta tell you, Tony, you're shaking the whole Apple world because they're like, we can't get viruses.
It's not a virus. The guy that put it on there said it's not
like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's not a tumor.
He said
malware.
It's a tumor, bro.
He says
it's a tumor. You didn't have to shoot the computer.
This is not a virus. This is adware. We have completely jacked your computer, and for $200, I will take your entire identity. I will take all of your computer contents, and I will fix it for you, and you will pay me $200. But ever since then, I tried to tell him, I was like, look, dude, your connection is not that good. And he's like, no, I've never had a problem. I'm like, well, maybe you don't go on the internet that much.
All right, I'm doing a dab because this is.
It's called adware. It's called, what is it called again?
Adware Medic.
Adware Medic.
I believe. It's not a virus. It's a plug-in. I took it off my computer by myself, and it was pretty easy, I have to admit.
Adware Medic.
Hack Church. That's what we're going to call it now. Hack Church.
Jeez.
We could be hackers. It's been a while, but...
It sounds like ransomware.
It is ransomware.
It kind of is.
Rusty Shackelford says, I hope you have a system restore file.
Well, the guy goes, I go, well, how much is your service? And he's like, for $199. And I was like, $200? I was like, you guys are the ones that put it on my computer. He's like, whoa, why would you say that? And I was like, because it told me to call your number. Like, who else would have put it on my computer? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're just randomly on there as this computer geek in the world that, like, you're the only guys that can fix this problem?
All right, I'm going to hijack this conversation and bring it over to Mark. Even though Todd was there as well, you both feel free to tell me about the Grateful Dead show last night, man. Come on.
I ran into Bob Snodgrass.
I saw the picture of you and Snotty. I was like, fucking right.
Of course. As soon as I walk in, I look over. There's Bobby. I was like, what? So we gave each other hugs. I gave him weed.
You're both gray now.
Huh?
I said you're both gray now.
Yeah, I should be a lot grayer considering my fucking life. But yeah, I'm on my way. I'm catching up. Rob told me I'm the new old guys. You are too, Mark. So haha, you too, Etienne. All you guys. You're the new old guys, I was told last night. How's that feel? You're at the beginning, at the end of your life. Haha.
That's cool. I can handle that. You know, I from losing my father, I guess I was 33 or something, but he was 55 and he died quite suddenly in a motorcycle accident. And really what I learned from that perspectively is that getting old is a blessing, and that anyone that sort of plays it off as anything other than a blessing can suck at something. I don't know what. Whatever you want to suck. Just suck something, because love your life, love that you're getting older, appreciate it. So many people do not get to live into old age. So if you do, enjoy it, even if your liver's failing and you can't take a piss and you can't get a hard on. I don't know, whatever. Still enjoy it.
is an accomplishment, really. I mean, if you start counting backwards on the clock and you realize not most of us even make it to 100, really, we're just counting down to the end of our own party. We should all be celebrating, truthfully, and appreciating the fact that we're breathing.
Straight up. And I kind of feel that we are, you know.
Oxygen.
Yeah.
No, cannabinoids, breathing in cannabinoids. Dude, the concert was great. It was really, really long, Mark. You would have loved it. And Rob surprised me with the free ticket, brought me with him, and fucking we smoked hellacious amounts of grass, and it was great.
Dude, honestly, you lucked out, Todd, because to be at the Grateful Dead 50th anniversary with Trey and all those fucking amazing musicians, but to be there with Rob.
Dude, that was Rob's choice. Rob dragged me along. I had to go all the way down to get him, but it was worth it. I had a great time, dude. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. Like, I started hanging out with Rob back in, really, I met him in 94, but we started being friends in 95, and that was the year Jerry died. And obviously, we didn't have the opportunity to go hang out at any Grateful Dead shows and be stoners together, but at our first opportunity, we did. Dude, it was a great show, though. It was really fantastic.
I met him in 95 as well, but didn't really become friends with him until 96 when Hilary brought him to my house in Vancouver. And I don't know if he spent a night or two, and I had some Nepali hash from back in the day, and it was quite a neat way to meet him. It was, it really was.
That would have been 97. Me and Hilary were in Amsterdam the whole year, all of 96. We didn't come back till the last week of December, and so we were there August to the very end of it, and then we were in Santa Barbara till January.
Well, but when I moved, he was back and forth because when I first moved to BC in 96, I saw her, and I remember her saying, should I go back to LA and stay with Todd? Should I?
That was 97, bro. That was 97. I got the castle in 97, February 2 or something like that, technically.
I guess because I'd always come back since 91 or 92. I'd only moved here in 96, so yeah, that would have been 97. I would have still seen him in 96 at the Cup, though, because I saw him 95, 96, and pretty much every Cup after.
Yeah, the 96 Cup, we were there. We did the first Cannabis College at Positronics that year. I was his teacher's assistant. I organized it for Winard, and he was my teacher. There. Yeah, Dave was our heckler. It was a good time. Yeah, man, how do you teach a weed class with Watson in the audience? It's pretty funny.
Well, and you had old Ed as well, kind of chiding you as well. So it was a humorous amalgamation of iconoclast hash makers and cannabis people, needless to say.
Right. No, that was a lot of fun, honestly. That was a long time ago, man. I mean, when you think about it, almost 20 years ago. Doing cannabis classes. Gosh, Posse was so amazing. I wish there would be clones of that place everywhere at this point.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I am trying to fix this. I have a super laggy internet. I think I should have started it over before Chat Hash Church started. I kind of had a feeling that it was going to do this. Everyone's lagging, but hopefully it will record better than it is streaming live right now. Because I've shut everything. I've shut the chat room down. So if someone else wants to go into the YouTube chat room and keep an eye on everyone there and mention a few things that they say every once in a while, that would be helpful. I've just got everything internet-wise shut off on this computer because it's just not coming through very nice.
Well, you're coming through clear, like you've never chipped out.
Oh yeah, on my side, it's like all of the conversations laughing. I can't click on, like if Todd goes to talk and push on his camera, it doesn't happen fast enough. Just a little technical difficulties. I think what we need to do is have some coconut oil extract that D420K gave me. You guys have yours? Did he give you guys a jar? Everyone got it? I find that the coconut oil is the best when taken with some nuts. A little bit strong on its own. Really delicious with some nuts. So I am feeding my endocannabinoid system. Smacking even. Saturating my endocannabinoid system.
Thank you for the adware medic, by the way, it worked.
Booyah! That's what we like to hear. So guys, 40 weeks we've been gathering in church. I know not all of you were here in the early days. In fact, I went back and looked at some of the first hash churches, and they were really like a random thing that I put forth, and super random people used to come in for hash church. It'd be 10 people. The first 10 people to come in would fill it up. And it was interesting. It was definitely good conversation. And at one point, around between like, I think Rob Clarke came on at around 5 or 6, episode 5 or 6. And once Rob came on, I'll tell you, we had a panel. Literally, a little bit after that, the panel really sort of solidified. I hope to get Rob in again one day. I know he was probably partying hard at the Grateful Dead last night. And
can I surprise you?
You can always surprise me, dude.
Well, when he wakes up, I'm sure he's going to wander this way to do a dab, and we'll capture him for hash church.
I'm sure Rob
I knew it would work. All I had to do is set up a big net. Huh?
I'm sure he's going to love that. The morning dab with his hair all up on the side and come out in his...
He'll start off with a joint. You know it, Todd.
Sure enough.
How many people were at that Grateful Dead show, do you think?
God, I thought 50,000. Was it less?
I'd say more. It was fucking packed.
Oh, I'm not even talking about the lot. That what was the lot like?
Supposedly they sold 170,000 tickets to the California shows, and they sold 300,000 tickets to Chicago within a total of minutes. I think minutes. 300,000 tickets sold out as quickly as it could in Chicago, and that's what caused them to do this show. And this show was epic, dude. They even now I didn't know you could buy this, but they had a fucking rainbow above Levi's Stadium that looked organic. But I read somewhere that they threw down 50 grand for a rainbow. I was like, I didn't even know you could buy a rainbow. Wait, what do you call a rainbow? Hi, I need a rainbow over Levi's Stadium. Oh, hold on a minute.
But they didn't say it's $2 million for the unicorns, you know.
Oh yeah, that's what I heard. Unicorns are mad expensive.
Unicorns only $500,000 for the rainbow. You're right.
That was really rad, man. I got to be frank. That was so cool. And you know what? It was a great show. I was afraid I was going to go there and have like a little mini Fish concert, which I wasn't looking forward to. And it was not. Trey was great. He's a fantastic musician, and he played great, and it sounded great. And it's a little weird watching Bob and Phil lead the band, so to speak. You know, you kind of do miss Jerry, but
I agree.
They're fantastic at it. You know, it's to think that Bob Weir has attended every single Grateful Dead show that's ever been is pretty astounding when you think about it.
Hey, how was Shakedown Street? Was there a Shakedown Street?
Everywhere, bro. They did tailgating from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until like the start of the show at 7, and there were people everywhere. There was a decent cop presence, but truthfully, I didn't see anybody getting harassed or anything like that. And then, they want you to put all of your stuff in this plastic clear bag like you're in fucking prison to go through customs, to get into the stadium. And all these people are standing there with plastic bags with all this shit in it, like weed, joints, bags of pot, and it's like, and it's okay. It's California.
Sure.
It's cool.
I'll tell you.
No weapons, man.
It sort of tripped me out of when I saw the stage. I listened to a lot of the show through Mixlr, which is a new app like Periscope that lets you stream audio sound, and it's fucking killer. What I was surprised of when I saw Trey and where they positioned him on the stage, I thought, man, this guy's playing Jerry's licks. You got to put him in the middle of the fucking stage. Like, you've got him over on the side. And I know he's humble. Don't get me wrong. Trey probably wanted to stand on the side. Like, look, I'm not trying to fill Jerry's shoes in any way, shape, or form. But I didn't hear what I thought I'd hear in the earlier songs. I think that has to do with the fact that they played a lot of these sort of late 60s.
They played all old songs, Mark. Almost all. They played St. Stephen. How old? That's like first time I think they played it in forever.
Stephen was amazing. That shit was good. That was really
fun.
When
see, I thought that putting Trey over to the right of Phil was totally appropriate, and not to be weird, but like it would have been weird in a way to have him standing in the spot where I think Jerry used to stand and pretend that he was, really being Jerry. I mean, he was just there playing lead guitar and background vocals, and he did sing a couple like leads, but it was not the Trey show. It was totally a Dead show, and
course.
It was really good. I mean, Trey's. I'm not the biggest Fish fan, to be really blunt, but he's a fantastic musician, and he did a great job. I mean, he gets. I think I think he did. I can't. It has to be the ultimate Deadhead fantasy to be a kid that used to go to the concerts, to becoming a great musician and amassing your own band and your own following, to being invited by the band you used to adore to come stand in for the guitarist that you used to emulate. It's pretty incredible.
Well, and you know that Trey stopped listening to Jerry because he didn't want to sound like him anymore, and he wanted to create his own sound, and that was a big sacrifice for him to stop.
Well, supposedly it was because people were criticizing him that he sounded so much like Jerry. His style was so much like Jerry. So supposedly he stopped listening to Jerry to try to, find his own voice, but he obviously had to revert back to this when he played because, God, dude, they played for a long time, till midnight. They took an hour break, but he killed it.
Fish has done 7-hour sets, bro. Like Trey can rock for a long time. Like who the fuck plays 7 hours?
His own music. But he's playing his own music and he's jamming jazz with his friends. So of course,
but his own music is over 1,000 songs, and they play anything. This was in Seminole, Florida, when they played from midnight till sunrise. I think it was about 7 in the morning. 7-hour set, and that was just one set.
The difference is this. Is if I go to watch Trey play Fish, I'm not going to make any comments about what he does. He can bend notes and play with things and fucking do whatever he wants. It's his songs. He wrote them. But when he goes to play a Dead show, he's kind of expected to play it correctly. Like, he's kind of expected to make it sound like he's not there and it's like the guy we all miss. And he pulled it off. He was precise.
I figured he would. I mean, honestly, who else could have? Who else could do that?
Warren Haynes. Other than him, I don't know.
Warren Haynes could have pulled it off.
Yeah, maybe Warren Haynes. Warren Haynes is an incredible guitar, but he's also he's got this Warren sound. Like I guarantee you let people listen to that St. Stephen in those opening notes, and they and you just say, hey, who's that? I mean, personally, I laugh hard, Todd, because when Trey was first invited to play with Phil and friends at the Warfield, and they played those 3 nights, and they fucking slaughtered it. I used to put that bootleg on for hardcore Deadheads. I mean hardcore. And they would just be sitting there going, oh my God, Jerry is fucking I'm like, dude, this is not Jerry. You should have seen their face, bro. And not 1 or 2, but half a dozen of my good friends that toured, did 100+ shows, are hardened fucking Deadheads. They didn't know. And that's how beautiful those shows were. If you listen to those Warfield shows with, I think Mike might have been there too, to be honest.
I got to tell you what struck the fuck out of me, bro, is all the 70-year-old hippies at this thing. I mean, there was so many walkers and so many strollers, and old people were there in force, man. And some of these grandmas that you see, you don't just look at her and think, oh yeah, Deadhead, but I guess you'd have to have been if you were into him in the 70s or 60s or whatever. It's pretty funny. It was cool though. I mean, good vibe. Everybody was friendly. 50 years of playing music is amazing, and to have that kind of an audience show up after you've been doing it for 5 decades.
Yeah, that's amazing. I got a lesser experience with the Rolling Stones. I saw their 50th anniversary concert last year, and it was also quite a thing to just see these old fucking dudes just laying it down so hard. I was kind of like, wow, they're still rocking hard. I went and saw Sabbath, Black Sabbath. Ozzy's voice fell off. Geezer and Tony Iommi, they held it the whole time. They had this young drummer behind them that was inspirational. But when you watch these concerts and the people are getting older, our worst nightmare is to see it lackluster, is to see it not be exactly what you want it to be, to have it be anything less than that one weird moment where you're like, oh, dude, I'm not sure that was good. That's always difficult for me.
Do you mean Fat Elvis? Like that experience?
Yeah,
That'd be bad.
Fat Elvis is one good way to put it. I mean, I guess, anyone that's ever seen Bob Dylan play an amazing concert and then gone the next time and seen him be really drunk and play the worst concert ever, it's kind of like that, where you're just so disappointed. You're like, really, bro? legend status, and you're just gonna come out here all pissed drunk and fucking flail around and not give us a great concert? Please.
Wait a minute, though. Not to be rude, man. You know, they're not robots. They're human. And we can't have this expectation of rockers fucking having a good life and partying and chicks and hotel parties and all this shit if they're not going to have off days. I mean, you know, I saw the Dylan and the Dead a long time ago, and I fucking loved it. A few people complained about that show, but it was like, you know, what do you expect? I mean, you know.
Expect a great show. It's all you expect. It's a great show. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Someone like Zakir Hussain, he can play a concert after the death of his father and play the most beautiful, fucking heart-wrenching, emotional thing, have everyone in the audience crying. Big surprise. He's a professional musician who's not fucking laying into the coke and into the booze and into the partying. He's a professional, and when he gets on the stage, he plays beautiful music each and every time. Zakir Hussain. Check him out. Tabla player. Played with Ravi Shankar and all these other fucking great legendary Indian musicians. They take that shit a little differently. It's a spiritual experience, and it really doesn't matter how they feel. When they get out on that stage, they're going to transcend how they feel. They're going to give us a great experience. I do expect a lot from my musicians, I must say. But I don't go and see 100 shows in a row. You know? I'm going to go see one show. I want it to be a good one. It doesn't have to be the best, but put your heart into it, boys. Don't be drunk. That's a shame. Damn shame.
I don't know. I'm pretty forgiving. I don't know if I would have liked a straight Jerry the whole fucking time, dude, to be honest with you. You know, I mean,
I don't mind, yeah, not out on heroin. It's just the booze one. Booze seems to have the worst effect.
Right.
I'm not saying don't do drugs, don't be inspired. By all means.
Well,
I don't want all the fucking kids in the world to start off sounding like Justin Bieber. I would like a little fucking life in there.
I was going to say, coming from the music side of everything, because I played guitar my whole life, I mean...
I don't want bankers becoming rock stars.
Yeah. I was just going to say that, like, when you're talking about American rock and roll in any format from the 60s on forward, fortunately and unfortunately, drugs are a big part of it. And
dude, what's Bill Hicks talk about? If you're against drugs, go home and throw away all your old albums. The Beatles,
That was actually about cannabis, not drugs.
No, he talks about drugs. Drugs and music.
Well, I mean,
they were on weed or with this. I can't remember that. Yeah, I'm mixing up my Bill Hicks, but he definitely has some brilliant fucking. Bill Hicks was one of my favorites by far.
Oh, dude, pot should be mandatory is awesome. Yeah. Awesome.
Son of a preacher, you know, that could only come from the son of a preacher.
I mean, the thing is, though, like, you know, you look at the '60s. That's some of my favorite times of music and things. But you know, music's a product of its time and environment, and it's not to say that, you know, heavy use of heroin and acid is a long, sustainable thing. That's what a rocker is. He's going to rock it to the bone, and he's going to live what it is at that moment. And yeah, we know now doing, you know, large amounts of heroin and acid you're not going to live past probably 30 years old. But
hey, don't just on acid, man. Don't just on acid.
Well,
heroin.
I'm talking about the '60s. But I mean, they did everything all at the same time. You
yeah,
know?
Dr. Hoffman was old when he
Richardson's still
died.
doing it.
Yeah,
I think Keith hasn't gotten the memo.
For age. Where's the LSD problem with aging?
No, there's no problem with the aging. I was just saying that it's just all kinds of drugs have influenced music throughout the time. So in the '60s, they combined a lot of things that people didn't really know what those effects would be. But when you combine, especially the heroin, you know, and that shaped a lot of music. Like, people don't want to talk about it, but it did. You know, and it's one of those things that's...
Yeah, absolutely. You could see marked decline in Jerry's health as heroin became more his drug of choice. And so if you look at a snapshot between 1980, say the Radio City run, where he's just sort of salt and pepper gray and maybe a little bit of a paunch, I mean, not really overweight by any imagination, and follow him year by year from 1980 to 81 to 82 to 83 till he gets to 85, you could just see his weight increasing exponentially along with the sort of high-pitched squeal that was in his voice. His guitar playing, you know, for somebody who cut his teeth during the 80s, I saw hundreds of Grateful Dead shows in the 1980s, and I mean, his guitar playing was just blazing. He was ripping during those years. But yeah, you saw him literally decline in health, and that was a direct impact of him doing heroin, and certainly wherever he went, he had a hookup, and he just had an addictive personality that just couldn't say no. So my 2 cents on last night's show, if anyone wants to hear it, you know, everyone knows that I'm a big fan of the Red Man. I first saw Fish in a bar that my band used to play at back in 1991, and it's like watching Fish grow up, certainly, and seeing them sort of be in the shadow of sort of where Grateful Dead and some of the other, you know, jam bands started to become, which was that after Jerry died, it seemed like a torch needed to be passed, not only musically, but just this whole, you know, culture of people who follow bands around and, you know, make their living by selling trinkets in parking lots and occasionally swinging in, you know, illegal activities, but certainly all kinds of legal activities that benefited the communities of wherever this traveling circus went. And, you know, one of the things that Fish does, and that emulates the Grateful Dead, is they create this sense of family, and, you know, it came from being able to tape the band early on to the band's connection to the audience. And, you know, I think that Trey emulates what Carlos Santana refers to as the hose. So the hose is the energy that flows through the musician, and it doesn't originate with the musician. It comes from the crowd, and all the energy that's around him flows through the musician, and the music and the notes is kind of like the water, and you're just kind of like spraying the crowd. And so Trey, I think, is one of the masters of being able to channel that energy that comes from all around him into his playing, and certainly listening to him play St. Stephen, even the notes just before St. Stephen, Mark, if you listen like the 5 minutes before it led into St. Stephen, I'm not liking the vocals, what happened last night. I think they needed to give Trey a little bit more room. I think playing Born Cross-Eyed, albeit very bold, is just not appropriate for that venue, not appropriate for... They have such a rich collection of wonderful music that's simple and easy to play. For them to play something like Born Cross-Eyed, which is a very atonal, arrhythmic song that's... You have to be high on acid to understand. It was just very bold. The What's Become of the Baby rap that Phil did, I thought it was his donor rap. It sounded like he was having a stroke or something. It just didn't sound very entertaining. I could see somebody say, oh, these guys are all washed up, they're all on drugs or whatever. But I think Trey shined. I think Trey, the musicianship that he brought last night was just absolutely superb. His rendering of the Cream Puff War, which I don't think the Grateful Dead ever played live, or if they only did a handful of times. Watch, that will be coming to the Fish catalog. I know that they're going to bust that out later on this summer on Fish Tour. But I know a lot of people, after hearing last night, who don't want to go to Chicago now because they thought they completely flailed, that it was a lifeless performance that was only rescued by the fact that Trey was up there being the musician that he was. Mickey's drum set was weird. It had no cymbals. There were no cymbals at all on Mickey's drum set. It was kind of like strange, and it almost seems like Hornsby wasn't there at all. I didn't hear Hornsby's piano in the mix. He's got the best voice on that stage, and it was silent until Casey Jones at the very end. So I think that there could have been a better plan that group of players could have executed last night. Again, What's Become of the Baby and Born Cross-Eyed, I think just completely inappropriate. They should have played Bertha, Franklin's Tower. They should have played tunes where people, you know, were it was just, it should have been a celebration of just the goodness of the Grateful Dead and not the weirdness that it's become in the absence of what truly is a band led by Jerry Garcia, and now the egos of Phil and Bobby just seem to kind of get in the way. I watched a whole set of Fish this morning and said, God damn, I just love Trey Anastasio. I love Fish. It makes me appreciate Fish even more after watching that performance last night. I'm going to buy the performance again tonight, and I'll watch the YouTube thing. And I got, expensive hotel rooms in Chicago and expensive flights, and I could probably just spend that money out on Fish tour and have a better time. But
yeah, but those shows are historic.
For me, I'll just sum up by saying I asked my wife to marry me 20 years ago at Soldier Field, so we're going back for the celebration of our 20-year anniversary of that reunion. But it's kind of like 20 years ago was, what did we had? We had Samba in the Rain, Jerry forgetting a lot of lyrics, Jerry doing too much heroin, riots at the gate. 1995 was a horrible year for Grateful Dead. I'd like to think of it as not the 20-year anniversary of 1995, but the 30-year anniversary of 1985, when we were fucking smoking the best weed in the country, doing the best acid, and the fucking Dead tour in 1985. Now that's something to fucking celebrate. 30 years so far, baby.
Brent Midland.
So anyway, my rant.
Little Brent Midland. I appreciate that, Mark. I had no idea you were as big of a Fish head as that. I'm also a very big Fish fan. I have not seen them in many, many, many years, but I was lucky enough to see them in the early 90s as well. I saw Baby Gramps open up for them here at the Commodore Ballroom in '93, and pretty much from there on, I cruised around. I caught their Halloween show in '94 where they played the entire White Album just for their second set. They also played a first set and a third set. It was a 5.5 to 6 hour long concert. I'd never really experienced anything like it before. And
Trey is so artistic and he collaborates so well. And if anyone ever gets a chance to see him play his symphonic shows, I saw him first play with the Portland Symphony Orchestra just last fall. Absolutely amazing. He is an amazing musician. He's a genius when it comes to writing. I love his musicality. I think right now, after basically filling Garcia's shoes like no one else can, a lot of people don't like Fish on the Grateful Dead scene, and I get that. We've heard that all throughout the years, but there's nothing that could speak against his musicality, and what he brings to any musical collaboration that he's ever done has always been really good, top notch, at least in my musical taste.
Sure.
And when there's so much good music today in the world, people, don't just consume yourself with all these has-been, Grateful Dead, I don't know, Fleetwood Mac, Eagles, all these, Rolling Stones reunion bands. Go see people like the people at Delfest. There's great bluegrass music happening. Go see Trombone Shorty. Trombone Shorty is an incredible entertainer. He is a little bit of Michael Jackson, Jimi Hendrix, Ray Charles, and Stevie Wonder all rolled up into one. He's one of the most incredible entertainers that are out there today. So I totally support everyone going to see live music, because there's nothing like live music that'll move you.
Totally agree.
Todd, what were y'all smoking at the Dead show? Let's get some, what we all tasting on.
We were smoking weed. We smoked hash. We smoked a ton of shit. Actually, we had a ridiculous amount of stuff. It would be like a laundry list of fucking stash. But it was cool. They let us in. it was, yeah. Oh my god. But it was a lot of fun. We smoked mostly joints, and we had a dab stick.
Bring me the cup.
And everybody was smoking everywhere, I bet.
Yeah, dude, it was everywhere. It was a huge smoke out.
Put it up there, put it away.
Welcome, Cuban.
Boom!
Hey, got cups? Got cups?
It's the Hash King and the Hash Queen.
There they are.
The king and queen right there.
And I'm missing one of the cups that my boy Exotic has at his crib.
Congratulations.
I am
Congrats,
retiring
man.
after the next cup. And after Legends of Hash, I'm not competing anymore. I don't think I have anything left to prove.
Well, that's what happened.
Dry Sift is #1, baby.
Yeah, it's hard to deny. Dry Sift is #1. That's pretty much what Skunkman Sam's been saying for about 35 years. #1.
JJ did the same thing. He won Legends 3 times in a row, and then he doesn't compete anymore.
Yeah. I'm happy in particular for NorCal's results because I didn't make any of the hash. I taught my wife how to make hash in December. I bought her a kit of screens for Christmas, and I wrote on them, I wrote Future Award winner. She's delivering. And I taught Exotic how to make hash, and he made the cookies and cream entry. And it was cool to see both of my friends up there. My wife getting first place, and my friend Mike getting second place. It really made me excited, but it also made me a little hungry. So for Portland, I'm going to make all the entries, and I want to see myself up there again, you know what I mean, as the final hoorah.
The final hoorah, huh?
Yeah.
Take all three. Just take them all, dude.
I'm putting in 6 entries, and I'm letting people know this is the last time to go at the Cuban grower. I'm putting in 3 dry sifts, and I'm putting in 3 fire-ass water hash. And I posted some pictures of some water hash yesterday, but they're all full plant, fresh frozen, very, very, very greasy.
Nice to see you making water hash.
Yeah, man. I almost felt like I didn't know how to make water hash anymore until I got those 32-gallon bags, boy. Ooh, they're nice. I like them.
They'll get the job done for certain. They will extract those resin headies.
Yeah, you know, at first I had the 3/4 inch fitting on the bottom, and then I started thinking about it. It was draining so slow. I'm like, man, why even have like a drain line? So I just cut a giant circle under the bottom first trash can, and brother, I'm able to pump 3 20-gallon washers through my bags without it flooding, and then worry about shaking it after, which is nice. It's a lot more effective than the 5-gallon bags.
Oh yeah, they are. And wait until you people are always want these big industrial units, and definitely that is the future, 100, 200, 500-gallon units that have chillers and stainless steel and ice makers and the whole 9 yards. But you can do a lot with bubble bags and machines. And I mean, people that were asking me like, oh yeah, we need a special industrial machine. I'm like, really? Or do you just need like a couple bubble nows and like 6 20-gallon kits with like 4 dudes, and you could just run through? I don't care if you have 900 pounds or 500 pounds. Like that is doable. You just turn it into kilos. Each wash is a kilo, and get her done. Work those 10 shifts.
Can you imagine if you end up fucking up the wash and you have like 20 pounds, 30 pounds, and you do that pour and it just doesn't come out as gentle as it would have through a 20-gallon machine? That's what goes through my head. It's like I have control with my 20 gals, but what if I stick a whole 9 set of full plants in a concrete mixer and it doesn't pan out the way it's supposed to? I get nervous about it, you know.
Well, that's why it helps to interact with people like the Bizarre Brothers, who run 100 and 200-gallon mixers and use special paddle drills on certain. They understand thrashing, and they understand the amounts of material that are in the water versus the ice versus the. They have a very good understanding of those relationships and how the resin comes down and how much can fall before you need to pull. And these are super important things that are all variables that 99% of people would fuck up, beyond fucking up. And those are expensive fuck ups, like you're saying right now, going, dude, I think I'd rather just, maybe for the beginning, just run these 20s, and then, you know, because they're just relationships. All they are is a relationship of how much water, how much ice, how much material, how much space, and how much force to mix all of that within that space. And then it's about understanding the resin and how it falls and how it can be, you know, caught up on itself. What's the best way to filter that through those screens? So I don't pretend to think bags are going to be the future of water extraction. I think that we will get to an industrial process Hey, welcome, guys. Good timing on that one.
Hey, how's it going?
Talking about the future of water hash, you know, and seeing that Cuban was sort of saying how he likes the idea of the 32 gallons. He can control it. The idea of going too big and over mixing or under mixing or putting not too much ice in or too much water, the hole's too small, whatever, and fucking that up on a, say, 25-pound to 40-pound run.
Yeah, that's a scary thing.
It's a scary thing. That is a scary thing. So.
We have a lot of money in one machine at that point in time. I mean, I know we don't necessarily like to talk about resin and weed as far as like, I don't know, as far as money terms, but it's just even the amount of labor, that time that people have spent growing it. It's just, there's a lot of things that have happened up to that point for us to have the fresh frozen whole plants and that amount, or the dry pounds in that amount. So to put that much in one machine, as of right now, where it hasn't been done many times, is still a scary thought.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is indeed. I mean, I do know some people that are doing it, and they do it well, and they produce incredible product. And there are, I think really where I was going with this is I think that the future will be guys like these hash makers like Trichome Heavy Extracts and Cuban and the Bazaar Brothers, Bubbleman, the Nicotees, all of these different hash makers who are constantly making hash. They've got a facility, hash is being made. To get a brilliant engineer or two to come into that room and hang out and sit and watch and learn the process, I don't think it's going to come from the mind of an extractor. I think it's going to come from the mind of a person like an engineer who thinks in those terms, who can come in and industrialize the process, but only after fully understanding every little variable about the resin and how it changes and how warmth and heat and coolness and the shape of the ice and the quality of the water and all of these little variables. Until they can understand those variables, it'll be hard to industrialize this process in a proper way. My opinion.
Word. Hey, big ups to Essential Extracts too, man. We start talking about water hash and everybody comes out of the woodwork at the same time.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, you know, another thing I did as an experiment, the temperatures here are reaching close to the hundreds, so my water temperatures and things like that are suffering. So I bought 20 pounds of dry ice, and what I would do is I'd fill my washer, throw some dry ice in it to get the water temperature to go from like 70 to 40 or so, and then throw my ice in there, let the water get really cold, and then put my material in the washer. And it was pretty cool. I didn't notice anything negative. Definitely wouldn't use dry ice solely as a form of ice, but
have you tried nitrogen injection into the water yet?
No, but if I can do something as opposed to just wasting ice, that would be great. Actually, next week, because of this summer shit, I had to set up an appointment with an ice company, and they're going to install a 400-pound ice machine in my lab. That'll alleviate my problems.
Nice, yeah. We got an 800-pound machine, and it saved our lives, man. It was awesome.
Yo, Ken. It's nice to hear your voice, bro.
Hey, I missed you this weekend, man. How you been?
I'm good, man. You know, I kicked it with the jitterbug. I didn't really have anybody to watch them, and it was Father's Day, so I stayed back with the pup and my kid. But, you know, had to give my lady the opportunity to have a good time.
No, for sure, man.
She brought me this.
I was up on family vacation myself.
Look at my Father's Day gift.
That's awesome, man. Congrats, dude.
Thanks, brother. Check it out.
Hey, welcome back, Jeff. Tony's dropping some compressed nitrogen.
You're not huffing that, or mix. Are you nitrogen injecting your bong water? Have you tried that yet? We tried carbon water once. It was different.
Hey, look, the real champ, by the way. For you guys on video that don't know, this is the Cuban Hash Queen.
Cuban Hash Queen, congratulations.
Cup winner.
So I just had my friend send me a message. It's a video of what looks to be a humpback whale that just surfaced out in front of my house. Everyone's running to their boats to go hang out with this whale.
Oh,
Gotta love living near the ocean, man. So crazy. The world is getting better, not just worse. I can tell you from firsthand experience. Not everywhere, but I can tell you in this little part of the world, this little chunk of ocean used to be sicker, and we never had dolphins, and the whales never came in here, and the salmon runs were small. And then, one day they figured out this guy up north who was trying to breed herring. He had put these big logs into the back side of the sound, tons of them, like hundreds of them, and they were soaked in like creosote. And it was killing the membranes of the eggs of the herring, and the herring population died in the Howe Sound, and the herring population fed the sea lions, the seals, the dolphins, the whales. And so it just sort of like, when I moved here, the Howe Sound wasn't very alive. And in the last 5 to 10 years since they pulled these things out, and since they closed a pulp factory, a paper and pulp factory in the back of Gambier Island, we now have like 3 to 4 varieties of whales. We have schools of dolphins in the numbering in the hundreds. We have sea lions and seals. We have like healthy. We have 2 years ago we had our record for salmon. It was 26 million salmon spawned up into all these little areas, and it was quite something. Salmon just jumping everywhere. You could literally just cast a rod and pull a 10 to 15 pound salmon out of the water. It was beautiful. For those of you that appreciate salmon, for those of you that don't, well, take a dab.
Yo, is it still? Is it hot where you're at? Because it's so hot here.
Are you killing me, bro? It's so hot, it's ridiculous.
It's so hot, dude. My lab, I have 2 tons of AC in this like 300 square foot area, and the sun hits it for about 70% of the day, and it stays at like 69, 70 degrees when I'm usually able to get it down into the 40s, man. It's horrible. The summer is not good for making hash.
No. You got to chase winter. Hash makers, unite. We'll all head down to Chile. Or just build beautiful giant walk-in freezers. I mean, that's just my dream right there. My walk-in freezer hash room.
So, hey, we got to give a shout out to Shona Banda, that lady who was in Kansas who was arrested for had her children taken away. She's actually in jail right now.
Jesus.
So, unfortunately, she had to surrender, and as far as I know, she's still in jail unless anybody has heard otherwise. So, please be aware that, as much as we love our freedom, there's still those out there that unfortunately still suffering by not having theirs, and including a mother who medicated and lost her child due to it now faces up to 30 years. So sorry to be a downer. Shona Banda is her name, SHONBANDA. She there's Facebooks, and she's been quietly making through the news, but there's been so much in the news with healthcare and the gay marriage and everything else that she unfortunately has been kind of lost in the news. So
is her story that she had Crohn's and she started using cannabis, and then her 11-year-old son was listening to a drug dare type person at school and kind of said, hey, I don't think that's true. My mom uses it and heals herself with it, and then they kind of kept questioning him and then eventually took the kid away. Is this the same story?
Correct, the exact story, and it's only sadly escalated and gotten worse and more horrific. So, we have to raise some awareness if we can. Todd just posted a link. It's just really sad what's can happen to an individual in this day and age. On top of that, there is a veteran in Kansas as well, a Marine combat veteran who grew 6 plants, who's also in jail right now. I posted that also on my Facebook during the week. Hold on, let me get that.
Now, this is all just ridiculous. We got to figure something out in a way that we can at least offer some help or guidance to expose these sort of unnecessary experiences. I mean, what?
Okay, this is the war veteran. He faced a life sentence. Christopher with a K. Lewandowski, husband and father of 3, former Marine war veteran, is facing life in prison for growing 6 marijuana plants in Oklahoma. 6 plants, people. I mean, think about that. We have that in our somewhere potentially, but
Just
6
right there.
plants.
What happened to that freedom he was fighting for? How many tours of duty? Fighting for the freedom in America, and he can't grow 6 fucking flowers? They arrested him in front of an elementary school? Yeah, really classy. Over flowers, everybody. Seriously, when will it friggin' end? I'm really happy about gay marriage and stuff, but seriously, when are we going to be allowed to be green? I mean, you know, you got to go to these concerts and watch them serve beer and alcohol hand over fist like it's fucking candy, and they're gonna take people down like this. It's just, I'm so disgusted, just to be honest.
Well,
Yeah.
just remind you, we still have work to do. We still have awareness, and if you people are out there, both of these people have petitions out there. Do Google searches for Shona Banda and Christopher Lewandowski. Sign their petitions, spread the word, make people aware. You want to do something, this is your way that you can actually contribute and get involved all throughout the week. You know, call people, make them aware, make them know. You know, let the media know what's going on. Don't let these people have to rot away in prison unjustly. We have a voice. You have a voice, so use it.
Yeah, I would only add that if we could get those links posted in the Hash Church group. It's a private, closed group, so you can post in there and it won't show up on your Facebook. But please join, because it gives us all kind of a place to interact outside of Hash Church, as well as the fullmeltbubble.com chat room, which I have opened up now for people that want to come in for a Hash Church chat between Hash Church.
I'll post them on Facebook now.
Excellent. Yeah, put them in Hash Church there. 40 weeks of getting together and talking about the endocannabinoid system and talking about phytocannabinoids, talking about the different abilities that those cannabinoids have through the endocannabinoid system and the regulation of biological functions. I think it's...
Hey, Mark.
What's that?
I'm going to jump off for a minute and come back with a special guest.
Okay, buddy. We'll see you soon, brother.
So I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
Sounds good. Well, that'll be nice for Todd to come back with a special guest. We always appreciate special guests. Very much. 622 people watching. I haven't been able to watch the chat. If any of you guys are able to, please do. Just so we're not leaving them out completely out of the loop. There might be people asking questions in there. There might be people trying to get our attention. There might be someone in there causing all sorts of ruckus by being a troll. I don't know. I hope someone's watching it. Someone's paying attention. You're talking, Cuban, but you're mute.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I got this new headset, bro, and it's not as nice as my old one. I can't, like, mute myself, so I'm having a hard time. But, yeah, I like the chat, man. There's a lot of people in there that sometimes they talk about interesting topics, man, so I jump in, you know what I mean? You got to show love to them. You got 600-plus people there. John's in the chat.
Yeah, John's holding it down for us in chat, and D420K is on his way down here. We should see him soon. Yeah, you know, I've been doing Periscope a lot lately, and one of the things I found about Periscope is that the people who watch, they really create the quality of the Periscope and the quality of the what I end up saying based on little things that they just ask, simple questions. Probably one of my best Periscopes was when a guy was just being really anti kind of herb and asking all these like, oh, so weed helps your brain? Weed helps it. And I was just able to answer him each time. And man, I'll tell you, after about 40 minutes, I think he was a convert. 40 minutes. And he didn't really troll full. He was just kind of like being a little bit pessimistic. So not sure if you guys have been checking out Periscope, but check it out if you have not. It's a good, fun little app. You can check me out on there at BC Bubbleman. Ooh. Taking a shit already, huh? You're putting the pumps right in below the bags?
No, the one of my 20-gallon machines I'm noticing is not draining all the way anymore. It drains about 2-3 inches from like the base of the washer.
That could be that. Call my office, because that is guaranteed something super simple, like the belt needing tightened or some little screw, or if it's necessary, they'll just send you a whole new pump, like boom. But they won't need to. It's usually 9 out of 10 times just a little thing that from the shaking of the unit might have gotten loose or whatever. If it's the pump, they'll just send you a new one, and it's really easy to change.
Cool. Yeah, I was gonna try to stick a mag drive in there or something similar, but if it has if it's a simple solution, then I'm down.
It should be. You let me know, but call them and let them know. They go through all the troubleshooting for those things, so they've heard it all. You just tell them exactly what it's doing, and they'll be like, okay, it's either this, this, or this, and here's your new pump, or fucking tighten this, or pull this back a little.
Word. Yo, Tony, and I don't know if it's if you guys keep it confidential, but I saw a video on Jib's page, and he has a washer that has such a unique motion in the way it spins. It spins really fast to the left, and then really fast to the right, and then really fast to the left, and it doesn't look like my washer. So I'm just curious what model washer that is, because it looks dope.
I'm not sure if you want that. I'm not sure what that, if I'm at liberty to say.
I see. Because it just looks like it throws down the yields, man, by the way it spins.
Yeah, he's got, Jib spent, like, that's all, Jib spent a long time and like, concluded on this particular washer. And I thought it was pretty cool, and it's like kind of all him, so you know what I mean?
I'll ask him next time I'm able to talk to him. But I definitely noticed that he has a really nice washer. So if he put in time into it, then yeah, I could tell.
So he's just, let me ask him. He could say no.
They were just in here. What happened to them? They went away for a bit? Went to make hash?
No, they said Windows updates kicked me off.
Oh, shit. Well, damn.
Hold on, let me ask him. Cuban wants to know what washer you guys use on Hash Church.
I love the idea of a washer in the future having an ice maker and a chiller to keep the water at like 3 to 4 degrees Celsius all the time, with or without ice.
So if you were able to put in some cold-ass water into the washer,
yeah,
you would not need ice, period, right? Just
no.
the agitation of the washer and the cold enough water will create the effect?
But ice is definitely a good idea to actually bash back and forth and break those heads off.
The shape of the ice is important too, as you know.
Of course.
The type of ice and how clean the ice is important.
Ice is hard to make, bro. Just to be real with you, even with RO water, to get it clear, you gotta freeze it a certain way. If you freeze it too fast, it doesn't come out right. Too many bubbles.
Yeah.
My friend's been playing with these giant round ice cubes, slow freezing them. I just go. I have an old man that down the street from me. He owns this little corner store. He's a big outdoor grower. He has a nice ice machine and an RO system, so he hooks it up. As long as I run his outdoor, you know.
I just ordered 500-pound half cube RO system with ice.
Nice. Ice machines are pricey, bro.
Yeah, there's pricey, but they're price. There's no. I mean, it's you gotta have that. You gotta have that. Like that's important.
Yeah,
Bubbleman will probably spend. I think Bubbleman's filtration system on his water was more expensive than the commercial ice machine system.
Oh.
The system that you posted, Bubbleman, a while ago, like it might have been, I don't know, a year or so. I mean, it was like this crazy water filtration system.
Yep.
How much was that thing? Like 7 G's?
Oh, more than that. Brand new?
Yeah.
That thing was about 12K.
Yeah, the ice machines, they run about like $4,000, like the good ones.
Yeah.
So like just the water filtration. Now, those machines, you're right, are finicky because they have a computer, and if you get your water too pure, like 000, then it's hard for the machine to recognize and make ice. It's strange. So you have to like kind of like understand how the machine works and manipulate it sometimes.
Word. Yeah, I found on Craigslist a deal for, I think it was $150 a month with a 600-pound bin and a 400-pound a day ice maker, and it's like $200 to install. And I'm about to wash my whole crop, so it seemed like a no-brainer. I definitely spend a lot more than $150 a month on ice.
Yeah.
We have a factory in Vancouver that you can buy pallets for 300 Canadian. It's about 1,500 pounds of ice. Fills the back of your pickup truck up.
For the winter, that would be dope. But when I stick the ice in the back of my wife's Prius, and it's like, you know, hella pounds, by the time I get home, I have to spend 8 hours deep freezing it again because it's kind of, you know, not as cold as it should be.
Well, that's the beautiful thing of getting a pallet. When you get a pallet, there's a thermocline that's created from that amount of ice, and it protects itself from melting. I've watched it sit under a tarp outside in the summer and not fucking melt. Like, it's almost unbelievable how fucking... You can feel it like 4 feet away. As you get close to it, you can be like, fuck, this thing is like actually controlling the temperature around it right now.
That would be sick, especially since with the amount I plan on washing.
Ooh, sounds like 420K's here.
Nice.
Yeah, I just heard his motorcycle drive up the driveway. Better make some room for the guy. The dog's gonna bark at him. Do we need to read more green buds and hash, or should we smoke some green buds and hash?
Smoke the green buds and hash.
I'm not gonna smoke green hash though.
Oh yeah, bro. What is that? Some water hash?
That's a little bit of rosin. Yesterday on Periscope, I took a hit of this rosin and Horatio's LHO distillate dipped into the Horatio's THCA. And then I took that and I dipped it into Horatio's fucking terpenes. Holy shit, it was the hit that hit the floor. I jokingly like went outside and then laid down on my floor, and the camera angle, it was pretty funny, honestly. People enjoyed it. I say that much. It was
What is the flavor of your rosin?
The flavor of my rosin is some OG Kush with a slight bit of Nebula. A quite lemony flavor, in fact. Good shit.
Indubitably. You know what? You have me wanting to make rosin, man. I'm gonna go load up one of these little tea bags real quick, and make some forum cut rosin to dab with you.
All right.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna play a joke on D here. Let's see if I can pull it off. Here he comes. And I don't know, that D420 is just fucking bossy. Oh!
Right, yeah.
Oh, hey, dude.
Give me a bong rip.
Welcome, bro. Good to see you.
You too.
Pull up a sheet. We're on Hash Church.
Just blast it out here doing a...
Marks, stick to your bubble bags. Your acting's terrible.
I know. I'm not a good actor, man. I can only be me. Oh, I thought we were two screens for a second.
Hey, D. Welcome.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Doing good.
How do I pronounce?
Happy to be alive.
Etienne.
Etienne. Okay. How you doing?
He's got the accent what is it called again? I'm French and I can't remember. Accent aigu. The little piece on your, the little thing on your E, the name for the French symbol.
The umlaut.
Yeah.
The umlaut.
Accent aigu, I believe they call it.
Ouais. Yeah. It keeps away all the spammers. That's the whole reason I do it. But it also helps people pronounce it because they pronounce it Etienne, Etienne, Etienne.
Etienne.
So yeah. I've been before ATMs. It was AT&T, so or B12. So it's with the little umlaut, people get Etienne, and that's how it's pronounced, Etienne. And It makes me very happy when you pronounce it because Americans murder it, and all as I grew up in Louisiana, they just destroyed it. So it's always a pleasure to hear you say it.
He murdered it pretty good. I missed it, but I can't. What did you say?
I don't know.
I don't even remember now, but it was a good one. We'll have to go back and watch it. But I'm French, so it's easy for me to say Etienne.
I'm a newfie. Fucking Scottish Irish. I can't pronounce fuck all.
You brute, you!
It's the way it is, bye.
Whoa, why did I mute him? That was an accident. I just muted him.
Looks like everybody's muted.
Really? Oh, there it goes.
I said you brute, you!
Nice with the tangy.
What's Tony got on his head there?
Tony's wearing a hat.
Oh, nice hat, Tony.
He's doing his thing. It's been a pretty chill Hash Church. We talked a little bit about the Grateful Dead shows, the show last night at in California. Todd was in here earlier. We had the Trichome Heavy Extract guys in here earlier.
I've got a story.
Tell us.
I was at my buddy's coffee shop this morning grabbing my normal breakfast sandwich and espresso. And this guy is, he's an actor. He's been in Kickboxer with, co-starring with Jean-Claude Van Damme and a whole bunch of stuff. He was in Flesh Gordon, that cult classic movie sort of thing. Not Flash Gordon, but Flesh Gordon.
Yeah.
He's the star in that. He's one of my good buddies. And he was telling me about, I was telling him about Hash Church and how we have, a thinking tank. Everybody gets baked and has a think tank and has thoughts and shares and, creates and all that stuff. It's not like sitting around getting baked and just looking at a TV and playing video games. And he says, well, you know what? He says he's smoked weed with Dennis Hopper when he was alive and all this kind of stuff. And he says he met the guy that invented the CAT scan fucking tool for the hospitals.
Oh, yeah.
And they're sitting back smoking a joint one day, and Vince asked him, he says, how did you guys invent this? And the guy says, well, we were all sitting around in the physics lab. We got stoned, and we popped some acid. And that's what we fucking came up with afterwards. So that think tank, acid and weed, created the CAT scan machine in the fucking hospitals. He is the man that did that. And that's how it came about. Acid and fucking weed.
That's pretty awesome. We've been talking about acid and weed today in regards to its influence on music, as well as some other drugs like heroin and some other more speedy things, I'm sure, that musicians have been taking for decades, if not forever. Tony's just been mowing down. It's Tony's table here at Hash Church today. Looks like he's eating cake or something. I want some cake.
I brought you some.
You didn't?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this guy.
I brought you some of those little fucking cookies and all that shit.
I'm eating cake.
I don't know. I can't even tell. I had you on the small box. Ooh, Heritage Blend.
Non-GMO. Nice.
Non-GMO. Knowing poor Tony and the way people constantly fucking misrepresent or misplace things that he says, they'll be like, I saw Tony hold up GMO veggie chips on Hash Church. No, it said non-GMO. I didn't see the non. I just saw GMO. Can't fucking win, dude. You can't fucking win.
I've been talking with Horatio secretly on another chat. That's what I've been doing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we've been talking terps.
I texted him my potential engineered bubble machine, and I'm like, I've been sitting on the fence because, this is what I got on my brain, but, if I say anything, it's the end of me. You guys proceed on with, basically, I can't just do anything. I have to see if there's an opposite direction I can go in and see if it'll break in my face or not. But I'm getting inspired closer and closer.
He's showing me his, and I'm showing him mine here in a second. So this is the first of its kind.
Very exciting, very exciting. These are the things that happen on Hash Church, sometimes just in the background.
I'll show you the Bubbleman. I'll share you what the I'll share with you what the new VO2 extract machine looks like.
I never done it for a second.
I'm gonna try to be able to do like 15,000 grams wet per hour to 2 hours at a 400 to 500 milliliters of terps an hour.
15 kilos.
Yep.
Fucking awesome.
So you can imagine what my 4th of July is going to be like. It's going to be raining terps.
Nice. That's what I like to hear. Raining terps. Well, you know what? Just keep showing fucking Horatio, and so will mine.
Keep showing a ratio. No, actually, I could probably build one for you guys up in Canada.
Well, we want that, don't we, Horatio? I have a feeling that there will be a lab in Canada in the near future, and I keep picturing myself having these hilarious lab conversations in the future with Horatio.
I'm just thinking, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know, 15 kilos. I can't do nothing like that by no 4th of July, but one day.
But put a good effort on, anyways.
There you go.
Well, it's for a project in California, you know. Like now that I have this done, it's the project we've been talking about that you see me doing with the subcritical CO2, and you know, they have their different collectives and guilds out there, and it's just a different level in California. And people have been freezing. They've been freezing material to be able to gather a large amount of terpenes so that we can actually start doing this on a real level. You know? And so I had to figure out a way to do it in the most non-abrasive way, but in a larger scale as well.
Hey Tony, what happened last weekend? We weren't able to get you, Mike, to hear you and Steve. Did they kick back up again and get obnoxious?
Yeah, so one thing, the Melts did share. They said that I could share what the model was. If you're ready, and then I'll address the last week.
Sure, you can say it, and if you can type it on the chat, I'll just copy and paste it. Sorry, I'm making rosin right now.
If you can say, holy fuck. Okay, if you can say it to the audience. There are 654 people, and they're all going to be asking that same question if you just type it in the.
Yeah.
And guess who they'll ask?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So check this out.
Okay.
First press. Bam. Pretty fat.
Put a couple eyes on that, and you got like a picture of a girl.
Yeah, you probably. I see it now.
I see it
there.
now.
Bam, bam, and a happy face. All right, Tony. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm typing it out for you.
Cool.
And I can say it. He said, I guess we ordered we just ordered a full cube machine, not a half cube.
Going full, hey?
Mm-hmm.
You never go full cube.
That's the washer. If you want to say that, Cuban.
It says Manitowic Medea Washing Japanese.
Ah, Bubba Rob.
That sounds like that Alibaba washer.
We wanted to know.
Oh, yeah, Alibaba's where all the washers come from, man. I'm excited. Thank you.
Alibaba.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, that's a website.
Alibaba is Indian, and this is Japanese. So
Yeah, you would want to buy the original model of that from Japan, not the Alibaba version.
Oh, okay, I see.
yeah, two different ethnicities there.
Well, thank you.
Both in Asia, though.
Both in Asia.
Yeah, but one spot in Asia has made the best of everything for a long time.
Nice pack there, Cuban.
Yeah, you know, fresh squeezed for
Dude,
the morning church.
You should totally put that in your pocket and come up over the border and puff that with me.
Yeah, this time they'll give me a better treatment for sure.
You know what? One day we'll have reciprocal laws. One day we'll have and we'll be federal. And if you want to talk, Todd and Rob, I will stop talking and mute my mic. You guys have a terrible echo, but go ahead.
Go ahead and say hi, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
Hola, Bubba.
Can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear, Todd. Hi, Rob.
Yes, loud and clear, Todd. Hi, Rob. Hi, Etienne.
What's going on, Rob?
Hi, Ratio. What's going on, Rob? Hi, Cuban. We've never met, but how do you do? Hey, there's Tony.
What's going on, buddy?
Wild and crazy. Yeah, peace, love, and rainbows. Here we are in the Bay Area. The gay area. The gray area. Getting blasted. All good.
How'd you enjoy that show?
Absolutely awesome. Yeah, incredible. I'm going again tonight, but I don't know how it could be any better. It's too much.
Well, there we have it. Conflicting views on the love Clarke and Mark Scialdone. Perhaps they will go head to head here in hashtag.
Perhaps Mark isn't a deadhead enough. I don't know. Maybe he's more into fish.
Are you kidding me? I saw over 250 dead shows, dude. I've been around the block. Many areas of the Grateful Dead. So
I'm just trying to stay.
it's only my opinion, you know. It's like a wine. Some people like different kinds of wine. It's totally within the realm of possibilities that people who love this music could fall on either side of this performance last night.
Well, I sure loved hearing St. Stephen, I'll tell you that much.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think, now that Rob's in the room, just to shift gears, on the that whole article that came out about how indica, sativa, Bruder Wallace was all mislabeled, instead of indica C, should have been Afghani C. Did you see that whole thing that just came out, Rob?
The Afghanica article.
No, didn't see it. Where was that?
Let me post it for you. I'll find it. I'll post it for you right now. I'll give it to Todd so he can show it to you.
All right, I saw that article as well. It seemed like it was definitely written based on information that they had read through Rob's theories and the new book with Mark.
Huh.
So, Rob, I noticed the other day that the hash church that you came into was probably about 33 hash churches ago. So you've been traveling, you've been out and about, and we're definitely happy to have you back for a little visit.
Good to be here. Good to be here.
Harmony.
Harmony.
Diesel.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to keep it muted until you unmute it, Todd. It's got a terrible echo on the microphone there. But anytime you guys want to say anything, just unmute and we will mute.
I just posted the article for Rob to look at it because I wanted him to see it and get his thoughts, because I think that he has more experience on this subject matter than anyone I know on the planet. And I thought it was an interesting article, but definitely I thought there was a lot of stuff they were pulling from your head.
It's always good when the phone's dropping.
All right, Cuban, I pressed out some rosin, but mine came out like this. I don't know. It doesn't look too good.
Okay, guys, can you hear us?
Put a beard on it. Someone will say it's on Jesus.
Oh.
Or Garcia.
Hey, Mark, how's the sound now?
That is awesome. It sounds really good now, dude.
All right.
Go ahead, ask him a question.
So what am I?
Ratio.
Am I supposed to look at something here? Am I supposed
Hey, I
to
want
look
to
at something?
smoke some dry sift with you, Rob.
Sounds good.
Oh, there is the link.
Yeah, in the chat, Rob, there's a link that has a link to the
there it is.
article itself.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to give a quick shout out to Matt Armstrong for pressing 60 grams of hash and coming up with basically Nika T's essential oil extract logo in rosin with a bubble bag screen in the middle. Shout out, Matt. That's proper. Oh, well, thank you, sir.
I'm going to be seeing Matt next week. He's going to be seeing the demo for this terp extractor too, because I'm trying to find good people up in the Northwest to work with on stuff too. So looking forward to seeing him.
We don't really have any blunts, baby. You can just roll them in the car. No, you just roll them in the car.
All right, I guess it's more hits of rosin for us. Just hit the Harmony, about to hit the Diesel. Apparently, you can really taste the Diesel.
Apparently, it's pretty dumb.
Earlier, I took a little of this kosher rosin, and then you'll remember these from 2014. This is Lemon G 13 terps that's been cured out. It's like a little yellow jelly now.
Damn.
It's pretty crazy.
That wasn't the full Diesel, that was the OG.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I thought you said it was the Diesel.
One's Diesel OG Cross, one's OG.
Ah, okay, okay. There it is. Leave it
Now,
to
I wanted to go back to last week because I was asked about the cup. And while Rob's reading that, this is like what we were doing. Steve D'Angelo and I were hitting terp rosin, dipping the rosin directly into the terps.
That's
nice.
a way to do it.
Pretty powerful that way.
That's what I did with the LHO, the rosin, the THCA. I dipped all that into the terps yesterday on my Periscope and hit that bowl, and man, was it a beautiful rip. Throat grabber.
Yeah, really. I'm not sure if Rob's going to be out in Oakland for another week or so, but I'm going to be there from the 2nd on for like the 4th of July, and would love to share some with Todd and Rob. Todd's actually tried some, but not of the latest and greatest. But he definitely tried the first runs. But yeah, I'm sorry. Last week I didn't want to turn on the microphone because it was pretty grueling with all of the different music going on, and you would have just hated it. But I wish you guys would have heard the conversation. It was mostly about, I asked D'Angelo what he thought about the next, the future of California. Not if it goes, but when it does, and it finally gets its opportunity to join the rest of the nation. Just like wine being, 90% of the country's, it sells 90% of our wine comes from, California, and it's a big agricultural state, lots of orange juice, fruits, vegetables, different kinds of things like that. It becomes the next kind of ag crop, which allows for tremendous growth over like the next, decade or so. And we were talking about like what that vision would look like, and what people were, what each market would look like. And I think, ultimately California is probably 2/3 of the country's market. And one
California has 38 million people, man. We have more people than Washington, Oregon, Colorado combined. I mean, it's just geographically and demographically, there's more people here. When California drops, yeah, it's going to be huge. And tourism, right? I mean, people come to California like it's part of Zeppelin writes songs about it. This is going to be a very big thing when it changes, and it's a matter of when, not if. But go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I have seen this before. First of all, let me tell you who John McPartland is. He's the guy who wrote Hemp Diseases and Pests that Dave Watson and I helped him do, but it was his baby. And this information dates back to that time. And John's still just going on with that same old idea, which more recent evidence by Hillig's work in Indiana and things has shown us that this isn't quite true anymore. I saw this in O'Shaughnessy's, and as it says at the bottom here, John gave it at an ICRS meeting in 2014. So that means he gave it just a year ago, because they usually have summer meetings. But what this, first of all, doesn't take into account is the part of the cannabis genome that's fiber hemp, fiber and seed hemp. It doesn't have any drug content to speak of, and that's not what Cuban is waving in front of the screen there. That's the indica model. But this doesn't take into account the real sativa, which is European hemp that's now escaped in North America, ditchweed in Kansas or whatever. And all you see in front of you here, it kind of does. If he says formerly ruderalis, then the sativa he's referring to could be wild hemp. Okay, or escaped hemp. But indica that he's saying formerly sativa, okay, fine. That's true to a degree. We all call narrow leaf drug varieties sativas. That's not correct. They're indicas, the original indicas, the real indicas, the tall skinny ones like his little picture. And then Afghanica is another indica. That's what he doesn't show here. But it's a subspecies of indica. So all the terms are here. They're just mixed up into from what we now, 5 years later or more, would think is correct. 15 years later, really, since Carl did his research, but not many people read it. Mark are the first ones who really put it in a book and made it accessible.
Well, what I think is fascinating is can you put it into a generic? Can you put it into the perspective now? Because I think it's a good subject. A lot of people, breeders, and everybody's talking about indica sativa. But let's get a recap on that real quick, where it's at today. I think it's good information.
Yeah, I'll go over this again, and I'll go over it a zillion more times, I'm sure. People hate to change the way they do things. And they particularly hate to change the way they do things because the same guy, Rob Clarke, keeps telling them there's different ways to look at science, okay? So science is a constantly evolving field of discipline. You learn more and then you make different hypotheses. So the way we look at cannabis evolution now, which after we do a lot of DNA work in the next 5 or 10 years, we may not see it the same way. Undoubtedly we won't. But the way we look at it now is that 90%, let's say, of the world's cannabis is cannabis indica, all right? 2 species, sativa and indica. Forget ruderalis for now. Nice idea, but it probably doesn't even exist. That sativa, that species sativa, is European hemp. After the Ice Ages, it evolved in a different place than indica. It evolved near Europe, Caucasus Mountains possibly. We don't really know. And it spread across Europe very quickly and became the fiber, seed, and ritual plant of a cannabis plant of Europe, okay, but it doesn't contain the genetic possibility to make enough THC to make a difference, okay? Hemp plants produce a tiny amount of THC. They predominantly produce CBD, and not very much of that either. They're just not resin producers, not even particularly big terpene producers. And that's sativa. Okay, so we wear sativas, we eat sativas. We don't smoke sativas because they don't get us high. So we should stop using the word sativa for drugs, all right? That's my lecture for the day. Now, we'll talk about the interesting part of the cannabis genome, the indica part, the other 90%. That's divided basically into 3 subspecies that matter to us. And that's subspecies indica. The original indica, named by Lamarck, from a Frenchman, because he saw Indian samples of cannabis that were different from European cannabis, and probably even at that time knew they had medicinal value. And he named them cannabis indica, the cannabis from India. Okay? So that's what narrow leaf drug varieties are that everyone is erroneously calling sativa. And they started in India, they spread all around Africa, at least East Africa, and then eventually to the New World. That's what gave us Mexican and Colombian and Jamaican and all these things. And then we have two others. That's the biggest subspecies of cannabis, indica. That's the very biggest one. Then there was this tiny, geographically limited Afghan subspecies. Okay, that's the broadleaf drug ones we have, the ones that everybody calls indica. Quite correctly, they are one of the indicas, but they are not the indica. And that very limited gene pool is what was spread in the late 70s to North America. And that's what gives us the broadleaf drug ones that we see today. Well, the hybrids of that we see today. We also don't really see very many of the old narrow leaf drug hybrids, the Mexican ties or the Colombian ties or the Jamaican South Africans, or those things are pretty much gone. They're around, but they've almost all been crossed a long time ago with Afghan varieties. So those are actually indica hybrids. They're two subspecies of indica. They're not indica sativa hybrids. They're the narrow-leaf drug hybridized with the broadleaf drug. The cannabis indica subspecies indica hybridized with cannabis indica subspecies afghanica. So there really aren't any, the way we look at it now, taxonomically, there aren't any indica sativa hybrids, except for some odd hemp varieties from Hungary, say, because they incorporated Chinese hemp. And Chinese hemp is the third indica. It's found all over China, Korea, Japan. Has the potential to make THC, and it does in certain places, but it's predominantly used because of cultural limitations for fiber and seed. They haven't had a drug tradition or a drug ritual tradition there for a couple thousand years. But that's the third species of indica that's found today and important to us.
And so one of those varieties you mentioned, would that be like Compolti?
Yeah, Kenai unisex was something that Kenai is China in Hungarian, and that's one that was used to breed Compolti TC, Compolti triple cross. So that has Chinese in it, and that's done with Compolti was a local landrace that was developed into a variety. So yeah, that would be an indica sativa hybrid in the new system. But yeah, we all we deal with, guys, is indicas, unless you're in the hemp business, you know. Or,
But explain, you know, and this is the thing that I think people are missing, is that I feel as if that they're using words of descriptions of use in order to describe descriptions of growth. And this is where we've screwed up, because people think that sativa means long flowering, trippy, you know, narrow leaf drug variety, so to speak, and they think indica means short, fat, fast flowering, thick leaves, and it really isn't what it means. Really, indica can be anything, if I'm right, from, you know, northern Afghans into the Hindu Kush Mountains, all the way south to Goa, where it becomes truly a tropical plant. And then if what you're saying is all of these are just tropical varieties that escaped India and went around the world, so Thai, Michoacan, Acapulco Gold, this is all stuff that would have been southern Indian?
No, more likely they were northern Indian varieties, because cannabis is a temperate plant. It's not a tropical plant. Okay, so more likely they were temperate varieties that slowly moved their way south
and
across
slowly
India
acclimated,
to Goa, and then slowly acclimated, and then down the coast of Africa, the same way, maybe simultaneously.
What year did cannabis get into Africa?
East Africa, probably with Muslim traders in the 1st century or something, you know, end of the 1st century, 1000.
But unlike humans,
maybe much earlier, but certainly by then.
Not indigenous to the continent.
Nah. Now, cannabis is only indigenous to Eurasia. It had to get everywhere else with the hand of man.
What is the area that you guys believe that it survived the Ice Age?
Sativa, we believe, survived the Ice Age in the Caucasus Mountain
Was it sativa then? No, was it just cannabis?
And no, it's sativa. By then you would have already, what we hypothesize is by then you already had speciation. Cannabis began in Central Asia millions of years ago. And through varying ice ages got shoved back and forth all over the place. And at some point, probably the end of the last ice age, we were left with two distinct populations that were so far apart from each other they were no longer interbreeding until humans came along and started spreading as the Holocene began. And 12,000 years ago, Earth thawed, humans started wandering around and colonizing new areas as they opened up, as they warmed up, and they took cannabis with them. But cannabis indica would have originated in southwest China now, politically, the Hungduan mountain range.
Wow. Oh, how long?
Yunnan province in China.
What do you date that at?
Well, when it got there, we have no idea, because we don't have evidence from the ice ages. But when it started spreading from there, would have been 10, 12,000 years ago.
Wow.
As humans began to move through the area and would have found it and spread it across China, first of all.
You know, you've obviously been somebody I've been reading and studying your work for as long as I've been into cannabis. And, you know, when Cannabis Evolution and Ethnobotany came out, I was blown away. What, in putting it together in the 17 years you and Mark spent writing it, was there points that really blew you away in connection with humanity or our evolution?
Really just the depth, both time-wise and just how many ways humans use cannabis. And that's just amazing to me. That's one reason it took so long to publish the book. Archaeologists keep digging stuff up. You know, scientists keep inventing new protocols to analyze plants and all this new DNA stuff. The wealth of information is overwhelming too. There's just so much known about this plant. And considering that it's a plant that's been prohibited, that real scientific effort hasn't been put into this plant, or precious little. And now we're getting to an era where people are throwing real money for real reasons to make more money, not throwing money at things to find out if it's bad for us or things like that. So we're going to see only more knowledge coming our way in the next decade, and that's exciting to me too. Mother Cannabis is not finished feeding us information. She's only getting started. You
know, speaking of that, a lot of people have been asking about like the origin of species that we smoke currently, the varieties, OG Kush, or you know, that it's not a Kush, and you know, and the misnomers in our own community we're trying to figure out. But you wrote a piece in the first Canna Bible that was really insightful for a lot of us that were wondering the origin of the names, you know, Citral and Big Bud and such. Could you speak a minute about that introduction that you wrote, and a little bit about where, you know, these first strains came from, and how many were there? You know, Big Bud, Afghan, Haze. I liked it like this. I guess my question is that, you know, in music there's really only 12 notes, and every music sound we've ever heard, from jazz to heavy metal, is, you know, these 12 notes mixed together. And when I read your piece, it kind of made me think about this 12-note philosophy with music, that there was only a handful of strains that have now been shuffled and reshuffled.
Right.
And that's really my question. You know, what were those original strains? And
well, certainly a few things have been added. Let's say we had half the dozen notes back then. But why I wrote the piece, it came out in 2000, and I wrote it based on information up through 98, 99. I realized then that I lived in the Netherlands and I was involved with seed companies, and I realized then that there were really only a few seed companies up till that point that were serious players. But at that point, around end of the 20th century, the number of people who entered the field was huge. People are starting to just create seed companies, and they buy two varieties and blend them together and cross them and call it a new variety. And that was obviously where it was going to go forever. So at that time, I realized that David Watson had still has a collection of all the seed company catalogs up to that point, published in the Netherlands, and a couple from other places. And back in the day, people started with land races. So largely when somebody had a variety, they said, oh, this is our Afghan Mexican. And you went, oh, cool. They started with an Afghan and a Mexican. That's the building blocks. So you know right there what was going on. Then you started seeing clones coming to the Netherlands. Not seed varieties, but clones coming and being made into seed varieties. Northern Lights, Big Bud, these things. They came as clones, not as seeds. Everything else before that came as seeds. Okay, all California stuff, things that came from Florida, other places. And when you started looking at these seed catalogs, you realize that certain varieties have been incorporated over and over again. The two main ones are skunk number 1, three main ones are skunk number 1, Original Haze, and Northern Lights. Okay, they're the first ones that get into many of these varieties. And I would wager it'd be difficult to find any hybrid variety today, any indica hybrid variety today, that didn't contain not only genes from both Cannabis indica, subspecies indica, narrow leaf drug, but also from the Afghanicas, from the broadleaf drug. There are no pures of anything anymore. So this idea of a sativa entry in a contest, an indica entry, is balderdash. It's ridiculous. You know, it's various weights of narrow leaf drug and broadleaf drug in a hybrid. They're all hybrids. Nobody enters a landrace in any of these competitions anymore. Too bad. Should have worked more with the land races. We threw a lot of stuff away. We really blew it. But there's still things to do and things to work on.
And hybrids, by definition, are genetically modified.
No, they're not.
Your genes have been modified because in the hybridization process, you're basically, by definition, modifying the gene.
No, you're absolutely not. That's the whole point of this. If you were modifying genes, you'd see new things arising in the cannabis world. What you're seeing is more and more of a homogenization. You're reshuffling the deck of cards. But you started with the 6 notes, you added 6 more notes to have the whole suite, because other people added other things over the day, other than skunk and Northern Lights and these things that came in really early. But it's absolutely not causing any it's not causing mutations, it's not causing anything odd to happen. You're simply taking a series of information units and reshuffling them. And we've reshuffled them ad infinitum now to where the DNA studies we're doing just give this big cloud of interrelatedness. I mean, everything's sort of equidistant from everything else because everybody's mama had everybody's daddy, and it's really a mess. What we've done is we've fully domesticated cannabis, where we've gone from the point where we used to plant seeds just a few years ago, and plants would have sex, and they'd make more seeds, and we get variety. For the last 15 years, really, 10 for sure, all people have done is look for cuts. It hasn't mattered that what I'm saying is going on. For what's really important right now, which is getting strong varieties that are good agronomic characteristics, they make people money, they taste good, smell good, get people high. What they want is a cut. They don't want to breed. They don't want sex in their house. They want vegetation, vegetative reproduction, and that's all it runs on at the moment, which for the future bodes horribly, but for the present it's exactly what everybody wants. So how do we break out of this? How do seed companies become seed companies again instead of purveyors of beans that pop cuttings? Where are varieties? Where did all this go over the last 10, 15 years? So that to me is an issue. Where do we go from here? When we get a virus or something that runs through our grow rooms, you guys trade cuttings. Anybody's disease is everybody's disease at this point. We're going to have problems in the future. All monocrop agriculture does. There's history in all crops that show you what's going to go on with us. And there's a lot to be done with taking the last good landrace genetics we have and putting them to use, at least popping them so that they're alive and make cuttings from them, and then you can use them for further breeding. This Phylos genome project we're involved with, so we're trying to get seeds from people, and there are a lot of dead seeds out there we can get DNA from. What I tell people is try to pop your seeds. You should have already. If any of them are viable, get a plant out of it. If you want to give us a leaf later for DNA, great. We'd prefer that anyway. But get the seeds going. Get the genes living again and reproducing again before they're all gone. And if the seeds are dead, they don't pop after a week in paper towels, dry them off real nice, and we can get the DNA out of them, maybe. But, yeah, the impetus here is to get landrace varieties growing again, and to do a lot of the work we did, but not so haphazardly as before, and yeah, great for the future.
Can you talk a little more about the Genome Project? How can people participate? Is there an address they can send seeds? Will there be a website, things like that?
Yeah, I tried to set up a website or an email address just to do this through, but the best way to do this is probably to contact the International Hemp Association, because we're receiving samples from Europe at least, and via that you'll get a hold of either David Watson or me, and when we can depending on where you are, figure out a way for you to get samples to us. We've made a plea through International Canographic, David has, and he's had a lot of really good responses, and some fascinating things have come our way. And it'll be interesting to see slowly over the future how these weigh into figuring out the evolution of the plant. We want to get these land races and figure out what happened, between now and 20 years ago.
Well, I hope to crack my Mullumbimby Madness originals from back in the day. I remember my friend Paul writing me about his dad who got to be a part of that, and they said they just bred every epic old school landrace strain they could find into this mishmash of what they called the Mullumbimby Madness, and I still have those seeds from original overgrow days, and very, very soon I will crack those seeds and see if we can't have that genetic alive again.
It'd be really interesting. That's sort of the steps between having the original land races and what we have today, because there was Mullumbimby Madness, there's skunk, and there's haze. These are already combinations of land races. The gene work we do should reflect the stories that we know to be true, the simple stories, but it should also give us insights into figuring out the more complicated stories of where things came from. Like, these guys don't remember what exactly went into Mullumbimby Madness. And maybe if one of the original guys is still around, he could tell us, but he'd probably say something like, ooh, it'd have Thai in it, and probably some Mexican, and maybe some Indian too, and then...
Wow. That's exactly what the story sounds like, and it changed over the course of 3 to 5 years or whatever, when they just kept adding, something new came from Southeast Asia, and they slapped that in there.
Right, and that immediately becomes half of what the next generation is, where the previous year, it's each only a quarter. So that's how haze was developed, if you will, also, before David got a hold of it and really polished it up a lot more. It was something that remained fairly consistent every year while changing, if you get my... It was different every year, but the plants are all similar to each other, simply because you're only adding one very different parent each time. You're getting hybrid vigor each time. You're getting the genes from the better prospects from all of these plants. But then if you continue inbreeding them, it's all going to fall apart unless you're really selective. In the early days when people thought they were breeding something far out, they weren't really breeding it. They were just combining really different gene pools, ones that have been isolated for a long time. Both narrow leaf drug varieties, let's say, but a Swazi South African with a Mexican. They parted ways hundreds of years ago, 1,000 years ago. Put them back together and you get all this vigor, and you tend to get the better prospects from both. Then you cross those with others, you get better and worse, but that doesn't matter anymore. People only take the cream and make cuts. So that's all we're seeing. Yeah. Anyway, a lot of work to do.
Very interesting stuff, though. I love the idea of tracking down, like you say, like the genome work should reflect the stories that we know. That's really some of the most exciting work that could be done, in my opinion, at this time, where we really start getting beyond a little, well, not a little, a lot deeper than a simple name and a story, but getting into these specific profiles, terpenes and cannabinoids, as well as even deeper with the genome, which is going to tell you even more about that plant. It's pretty interesting to me.
I think it's fascinating, and that's part of. I mean, you've been a big inspiration to myself, so I really appreciate you going in depth about that explanation. I think a lot of people need to understand it. And the whole reason why I got into terpenes was utilizing them as medicinal modulators with cannabis. I applied the same music theory to the prana categories as you did with the 12 notes. That's how I explain that. The program of utilizing phytocannabinoids and cannabinoids is music. All music is created with 12 chromatic notes. Here's your nodes that you can utilize these cannabinoids for sequencing, and you can create whatever combination. And you know, that's why I pushed forward for the terpene extraction machine, because I think getting those genomics, if you will, on the plant's important, but also having the pure essence of the plant in a bottle as an analog data, I think is also essential. And I'm excited to do that for different kind of plants, and I'll be like one of those guys that's like, I think, where they collect wine or things like that. I'll be like, okay, this one was from 2016. You'll never believe this. This one right here is the blueberry, and this is the one kept on in a nitrogen stage, and this is what it's like if it wasn't exposed to long cures or whatever, you know? I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens when they finally pull the gates down, you know? And we can, and you could walk in California and walk into a facility or a university and not have any restrictions, no hold bars, where people are raising billions of dollars for research instead of hiding behind the doors and saying, well, how do we get that money into the research, you know? So
it's really true. You used to have any cannabis research approved by the Institute of Health and all these other things, and still, if you want to work directly with the plant for medicine, it's a bit of a hurdle, but there's a lot of other stuff that's going on without having to ask the government for money, and that's key to progress.
I want to quickly welcome Nick into the room from Harborside, and also Miss Hilary Black is here. For
No way!
She's in the room, Rob.
Hilary!
Hi, Rob. I couldn't resist.
Hi, you got me and Todd in the same room. How could you stay offline?
Exactly. Good morning.
Well, nice.
Several of my favorite guys in the world all having a hangout. I had to join.
Well,
very good. Good morning, everybody. I want to say good morning as well. Just got done golfing with my father this morning, so wanted to stop in and say hello and bless everybody with some hash.
Give thanks. Well, that's awesome. Good to see you in Hash Church, Hilary. This is the first time, and it's Hash Church 40 today.
Wow.
Oh, excellent. Congratulations.
This is our 40th week. So for those of you that don't know Hilary, Hilary is a longtime friend of mine since, I guess, sometime in the early 90s we met when she was working at Hemp BC, involved with Mark Emery in the original days of him coming to BC. And she, actually, we were talking about you today, Todd and I, and what year you had left California and come and started the Compassion Club, because the Compassion Club did get started in 96, correct?
97.
It was 97, okay, so 96.
97 was officially when we started the club, but before I went to Amsterdam and California, we were doing sort of an informal delivery service.
Right.
Really, it started in 94, 95, but the actual organization started in 97.
Very cool. That's what Todd was saying exactly. He had the memory on point. He was like, he knew when he got the Laurel Canyon house and all of that stuff. So very cool to have you in Hash Church.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Rob was just breaking down some beautiful info for us. He was giving us the lowdown on really some incredible information that I can only imagine how much research and traveling and involvement Rob had to do with this plant to have an understanding or an overstanding like he does today with all of the different concepts that him and his crew have put together. It does blow my mind, Rob. I have to say, it's pretty awesome. Thank you for sharing all of that with us. It's recorded, so anyone can go back and watch it whenever they want.
Yeah, this information will have to be put out a bunch more times, but people will get their heads around it. Just about in time for us to change our minds again. But that's science, y'all. That's what we do. So, yeah.
That is science. That is what we do. This is so exciting. I've never had So many familiars in the Hash Church. Now we got Jeff back, who was at the Grateful Dead show yesterday, posting pictures. Welcome, Jeff Church. We've been joined by a couple of new people. I've been
How's
trying.
it going, guys?
Oh, it's going really good, man. Beautiful day. You know, I just had a friend send me a video of a humpback whale surfacing out in front of my house. So after Hash Church, I'm jumping in the boat and going to hang out with whales.
Right on.
Nice. I've been wandering around the city here in San Jose trying to find a signal that'll work for me to get on Hash Church. And I lost my rosin.
Oh, no. No! And then the bus you were on yesterday broke down.
Yeah, but you know what, man? It was an epic show. That was on the top, man. You know, it was an amazing, amazing show. Just so good to hear the boys playing, and Trey is a great compliment for sure. So, yeah.
Wicked. Yeah, I enjoyed it myself. It was very nice to. I wasn't there, but I got to couch tour out, and parts of it I was a little less into. Some of the older songs in the beginning sounded a little bit shaky, but that was quickly made up for in the later set.
That was a typical Dead show.
Yeah, right.
The first set, to be honest with you, technically and things sucked. I mean, I was sitting in a bad place, but the Dead don't do bad sound. Even if you're in the worst place in the stadium, which I was, nosebleed seats, stage right, end of the stage, zero view, and I'm just sitting there, I'm going, well, these guys should get their shit together. And then they cut it off. The first set was really short, and I thought, okay, go get it together. The break was really long. They come back on, the sound system was brilliant. You know, I didn't move. I sat in the same place. It was all good again, so that really helped. But the first set was one of those, oh my God, first set through who? How's this going to go? But it came out, as you say, quintessentially superb. It was a really good show.
Yeah, when that double rainbow popped up, it really kind of changed the mood of the entire stadium. It was like, you know, people were kind of jamming and grooving, and then all of a sudden it was like this moment of unity that everybody shared in the stadium, and it was epic.
Yeah, it was good.
And that was because it was only 50 G's, right? Because the unicorns were 2 million and they didn't want to blow the whole wad or something? What was going on there?
Man, you know, I read something about that being the case, that it was artificial, but I don't know, man. It was right at sunset. It was what it should have looked like, I feel like, and it rained right afterwards. So, who knows?
They either seeded a cloud in just the right spot, or it was natural, one or the other. I mean, Todd's 50 times the size. He goes, how do you order a rainbow? I'm sitting here trying to figure out, how do we get a rainbow? Right now.
And when you order a rainbow, do you have the option of getting, Rob's going to like this, a pot of gold?
Yes. Acapulco gold at both ends.
The POG, the old pot of gold. Wow, I just hit some beautiful, tasty rosin that Darrin brought. It's like Soma's New York City Diesel or something. It's super orangey flavor, like super just delicious flavor on that one right there. Very nice.
So this rosin thing is cool, huh? I haven't met Cuban yet, but I hung out with a couple of his buddies in Amsterdam a couple weeks ago. I wasn't. I saw a little bit of the videos. I was overseas, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. Novel. Another novel thing about cannabis. And then I got to try it out, and then I came to SoCal and did it with a big press and some other maniacs here. Now I got the idea. This is obviously here to stay. And it's really cool. To do it solventless, essentially the same thing but better. Come on.
It's here to
Rob,
stay.
I even got stuff coming into the dispensary now because of what's been talked about. It's coming in bulk now, and so the patients are trying it, and they like it. So it's going to be interesting to see the new things that are accessible. So I'm...
Yep. Power to the solventless quiver.
How long are you going to be there, Rob?
I'm going to go down, I'm going to see the Dead tonight, and then I'm coming back in 2 or 3 days. I'm going to be here when you're here, Tony.
Okay.
Todd and I are here till the 6th, and then we're driving down to the Inland Empire thing. So.
What are you doing for the 4th?
Chalice Cup. 4th, I'll be here doing nothing that I thought of.
Okay.
I'm a patriot. I'll figure something out.
Maybe we should get together for the 4th.
We could do that. Could do that.
Over at Todd's place or something.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, I'll certainly be here. There's a heap of stuff I need to talk to you about anyway. So.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Such a beautiful day out. It's been a heat wave here in Vancouver for us anyway. Not, overly hot for people that are down in the south or whatever, but definitely in the high 80s, getting into the 90s. Pretty hot for us. Yeah, even over 100, I think, in the interior of BC.
Yeah, it's been pretty cooking down here too. We're still in full drought in California. Everything's dry and brown and catching on fire already, and it's only June. So.
Yeah, we've had the same thing. There's been 3 fires just by my house. In one of the videos, I drove the bike by a bunch of fire trucks putting a fire out under the highway. Of all places.
Somebody must have pitched a butt.
Yeah, something lame like that, sort of unconscious.
So, Rob, what have you been working on lately, out of curiosity, my friend?
I've actually been doing something that I'm sure most people would think is incredibly boring, and it's been very time-consuming. But I've been going through the world's herbaria, the pressed plant libraries around the world, looking for cannabis samples for this DNA project. I should mention one more thing. If people are interested in getting involved with this, providing samples for the Phylos thing, I would suggest you get on International Canographic and look for the threads about it that are on there. That's the best way. And then you'll find what's going on already, and you find out how David has a little questionnaire, because we like to have as much info as we can get about each one. Usually not much, but everything we can get. And yeah, that's the way to do it. Go to Canographic and just find the thread on there. You'll get it.
I'll find a couple of those threads or the thread, and I'll link it into Hash Church under.
That'd be good.
Oh no. What's this Hilary saying? You should tell us on camera, Hilary. I was just about to ask you what's going on. Threatening to close the club due to new city regulations. Oh yeah, what's happening in the world of Hilary? I did see that Bedrocan and Tweed, I guess Tweed acquired Bedrocan. Is that what happened? And if that happened, is that Bedrocan Canada, or is that also Bedrocan like in Europe? Is it all one company, Bill? How does that work?
So you'll have to bear with me because it's Sunday morning and I am so tired, but I'll do my best. It's been a lot of talking this week. So 2 really different things are happening in my world. I'm pretty much the only person in the country that has 1 foot in the licensed producer world and 1 foot in the dispensary world. And so this week on the same day, the Vancouver City Council announced its regulations for regulating dispensaries in Vancouver. And they've made some very progressive, amazing regulations where they're essentially regulating recreational cannabis. And they've pretty much flipped the bird to the feds and said, we're doing this anyway. And it could get very interesting politically because our federal government is not happy with that. And although the city tried to make regulations that bend over backwards to take care of our organization, because we're not like any other dispensary in the country, all of the proceeds get poured into our wellness center, where we provide basically $500,000 a year worth of alternative healthcare services. So they made a whole other classification for us in their regulations. But the one thing they're not budging on is we can't be within 300 feet of a school. And we have had a school next to us for 18 years. They bring the biology class in for a tour. We go in and teach them about cannabinoids. We're like a deeply entrenched part of our community. Everything's pretty intense right now, trying to do some like back channeling and figuring out how we can work with the city so that we don't have to move, because I don't want to have to resist them or sue them. I want to work with them because they are making some really amazing progressive regulations. But, you know, those of us that have started these kinds of organizations, we have a huge responsibility to not interrupt healthcare services. And on the same day that that happened, Bedrocan Canada, which is a company that I work with and love, was acquired by Tweed, which is a much bigger LP, and they have kind of become the I want to say the 800-pound gorilla, but it's not a very politically correct thing for me to say if this is going to be recorded and potentially listened to. They've become the industry leader. And so it's just very big changes on both of those fronts for me. And honestly, I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to be able to keep one foot in each world for very long. So lots happening, and it's intense. And I'm really curious to see how the feds are going to react to what the city council has done in Vancouver, because it's very political, and in some ways it feels like medical cannabis in the dispensaries in Vancouver is just becoming a flashpoint issue of resistance against our conservative government. And once again, we're in the eye of the storm. So, yeah.
18
That's
years,
my little update from this week.
18 years strong, the Compassion Club.
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible. Well, I mean, you know what? You're always in these positions for a specific reason, because you're the one that's sort of strong enough to keep that tear or the fabric from tearing open too big. Like, I'm certain that if the Compassion Club does have to move, which I can't imagine because it's been there for so many years in that particular location. I mean, how many years has the club been in that location for? Is it over 10? Like,
No, we've been in that location for 17 and a half years.
that location?
Yeah, that location. Yeah.
Wow. That's insane. 2 decades strong. And so what is the issue? The issue is there's a school nearby?
The issue is that there's a school nearby, and the city is worried about getting sued if they make special accommodations for us. So I'm hoping that they couldn't regulate exceptions. They couldn't build exceptions into the regulations, but that we will find a way to get an exemption. If we were a regular legal business, there are statutes that apply that if you're functioning in operating your business and then a bylaw comes along, you automatically get grandfathered in. But none of that applies because we're not actually legal businesses, even though we're a registered nonprofit. So we're all just kind of pioneering it and finding our way, same as what the city's doing. It's all brand new territory. So, you know, we've got to call in the big guns. We're going to go meet with the city next week with John Conroy. And, yeah, there's a school nearby.
Go ahead, Hilary.
Well, you know, when things get serious, you need John Conroy on your side, and we have found our way through other frightening times in the past when it felt like the sky was going to fall. And I have faith we'll find our way through this too.
Absolutely. You know, I wanted to see if I could take you back 18 to 20 years and ask you just a quick little recap in regards to some of your big inspirations for deciding to start the BC Compassion Club, you know, so long ago, really before it was on the lips of anyone, at least up here. How did that sort of come together for you to make that a reality?
Well, the first person who I ever heard utter the words Compassion Club was Todd. And Dennis Perrone had started the Buyers Club in San Francisco, and I learned about Todd when he was in jail for transporting some cannabis across the country to start a club in Rhode Island, and we became pen pals while he was in jail, and that was when the seed was sort of first planted with me. And then I had an opportunity to move to Amsterdam and study, I would call it, with some of the greats, of which one is on this call, Mr. Robert Connell Clarke. Had some more adventures in California, and it was time to come home and start the club in Vancouver. It's funny, the roots are kind of all in this room.
That's awesome.
And you know the role that you played.
I definitely know the role that I played.
Well, Hilary, you were also an inspiration to us at BPG, and you know what happened to you is unfortunately it happened to us in 2012. We were within 1,000 feet of a school, a French school, oddly enough, and if we actually walked there, it was 1,000 feet, but the government went as the crow flies, and it was 984 feet.
Oh my God.
Not kidding you. And they threatened my bank. who owned the property and my landlord that they were going to take the bank if they didn't kick us out. So we were forcibly evicted, but we found a new location, and we opened up quietly as a delivery service in that meantime while we built our new facility, and then we reopened in December of 2012 and have been open since. So we're still, and now we're actually taking the federal government to court right now. So, you were the example to us, so let us be an example to you now. Whatever happens, don't forget, you can always fight.
Thank you.
Wow, it's a trip just listening to you talk about it, Hilary. I mean, it seems like it wasn't that long ago, but when we talk about, all the years that have passed, it's hard for me to believe that it was literally 20 years ago that I started the San Diego Compassion Club. And I always thought that there wasn't enough compassion in the conversation, and I felt like the industry wasn't really ready for capitalism at the time, and I couldn't explain selling pot to somebody, but I could explain giving it to somebody, because no parent would cause their child to go without cannabis if they could help them alleviate suffering. And people seemed to understand that, so I started using the word compassion in everything I did. And I think you may remember when we got to Peter's house and Peter said his book was named A Question of Compassion, and I asked him where he got that title, and he blatantly says, "Oh, I stole it from an interview I read. I thought it was brilliant." I said, "Oh yeah, who was being interviewed?" And he said, "Oh, I think some guy in San Diego." and he brought it up on his supercomputer, and he was actually quoting me, and I thought it was pretty funny. And,
I do remember that.
Yeah, and I think that's what cinched it for Peter when he was like, "Okay, you're the person." And you were right there. So when a lot of this happened, and you were literally in the room, in the bank, you were literally there the whole time. And, we didn't expect to go back to California and have the opportunities to write books and make movies and be around such an incredible genius who was so successful in his own right on so many levels. I mean, just being in Peter's presence to me was, even though we were so different, it was so inspiring, because I mean, this is somebody who hit the bestseller list on 5 different subjects 5 different times in the New York Times. It's really unthinkable to an author to have such diversity in their writing that they could ever achieve such a feat. And Peter was so passionately into it, as you and I and so many around us were, and it's amazing the way that things worked out. But I always believed what you did by going back and creating the Compassion Club in Canada was just this incredibly pivotal moment in the medical marijuana movement for Canada. And when you're hanging out with me, I kind of felt like I stole a national treasure, I won't lie, because I felt like what you needed to do over there was so important. And it goes back to blow me away that a lot of the stuff we were doing back then seemed like just the right thing to do to us. But yeah, there was not really anyone else in the whole country. I mean, when I got involved in this 21 years ago, I could count the activists in North America on 2 hands practically, and they were mostly doctors and a few lawyers, Dr. John Morgan, Todd McArea, Lester Grinspoon. I mean, it wasn't a lot of people that was in the know, and now it's like a tsunami wave of intelligence coming at us, and I think it's great. And I think it's, from the work of people like you, and it's the information Mark brought with making hash, and it's then the courageous people along the way that have pushed this message that has really got it to where it is now. And I'm glad that you're still doing it. And my message would be with the Vancouver Club is don't be afraid of change. I mean, to be truthful, the next place might be bigger and better and more beautiful, and just flow with it, because don't hold on to yesterday so much, because we're changing that so much. So embrace tomorrow. If tomorrow means a bigger, better club, shit, move into a hospital or something. I mean, turn it up a notch. Only like you guys can up there.
Have the government give you something.
Right. Take over.
That's our plan B strategy. Is if they're going to make us move, then they have to subsidize a space for us. Part of what's happened with the real estate up here is that people who want to open little for-profit pot shops in Vancouver are now going to be able to. And so all of the leases for every location in Vancouver, there are bidding wars and people are selling them, and there's a whole side market happening on leases for dispensaries, and they're all tiny and really expensive.
You know what, though? This is all changing so rapidly, and we're going to see adult use. We're going to see the facts that people have rights. I mean, I went to a Grateful Dead concert where they were kind of, somebody talked to me about, I had my vaporizer out, I was trying to fix it, and because I clogged it up, imagine that. And the guy was like, you can't use that here. And I was thinking, I was polite to him, but I'm thinking, right, because I would hate to fuck up you pouring booze behind me for everyone that's here, because aren't we going to get to a place where we have rights like that too, where I don't have to drink Budweiser, I can smoke Bud, and this is where I think that don't fear what comes next, because what comes next is as amazing as what just came in the after. Back when I started this, Canada couldn't have fucking magazines that were high times, and now you guys have everything you have, hemp, medical cannabis, and now you're going to have most likely adult use in not too long, because you're a liberal and you're an intelligent country, and things get done up there, unlike down here where we're fucking stuck in the mud. And it's funny to me that the federal government is in such an awkward position on this, because even with gay rights, when you look back at the 20th century, you go back 100 years, American government fucking held up civil liberties for people. Women voting, blacks voting, segregation, when redneck governors wouldn't get in the way and they had fucking blacks only shit, the federal government stepped in and straightened that shit out. But now they're standing on the other side of civil liberties with cannabis, and the only reason they're doing it is because a bunch of fucking corporate cronies and their billions of dollars in lobbying efforts, and that's what keeps this at bay. And we can't forget what we're really doing right now, because really that's what we're still focusing on the future. We're not crying about yesterday. We're really trying to make tomorrow even better, because now we're communicating at the speed of light, so now we should start thinking as quickly. And I think really once people do, you're going to be in a situation where the absurd is what's going to happen, because think of slavery right now. Who the fuck would justify somebody owning another person right now in North America? It would be unthinkable, but it was the law of the land. And if you and I and the people in this room were fighting slavery back then, we would have been hunted down and shot and fucking and hung just like they did slaves that escaped, because we were heresy. We were talking against the system. We were abolitionists, right? And they would take our shit and fuck up our lives just like they do with weed. But now it's weed, and I'm really happy, gay pride, and we're all getting married now, and it's fucking, awesome. But the truth is, when are we going to have the simple right to grow a flower? Etienne's talking about a soldier coming home, and after all these tours of duty, fighting for bullshit freedom, the guy tries to grow 6 pot plants to alleviate his depression and PTSD, and they fucking hunt him down when he doesn't go to court, and bust him in an elementary school in front of a bunch of kids, which doesn't just traumatize the guy. What the fuck is it like for the kids that see the soldiers show up and pull down one of the dads? That's fucked up on any level too. It's just a show of force, and we shouldn't put up with any of this shit. So I say let's fucking, I'm not saying give up the Compassion Club, but I'm saying don't forget that you have a whole bunch of other rights other than fucking healing and putting Band-Aids on yourself when you fall down and get hurt. But when you're healthy and when you're thinking straight and when you really want your freedom and your sovereignty and the fucking rights that should be afforded to us, I think it's a bigger picture. So, just flow with it is what I say, Fucking, we're taking over. And I joke that Tim Larry only had it 2/3 right. He used to say, turn on, tune in, and drop out. Well, I think dropping out is the stupidest thing ever, because when we do that, a bunch of fucking no good, fucking right-wing, fucking conservative people that shouldn't be in charge get in charge. So really it should be turn on, tune in, and take over, because that's really what we should do, because we have to reorganize this and make everything better, because our kids are going to inherit this stupidity. And when you still have people being hunted down for growing flowers, you don't have a whole lot of freedom. So, and you don't have it in Canada either. And, and don't lose sight of that freedom that you want too, because you should want it everywhere. This should be really a natural right that we have to grow flowers and be happy and use them for our benefit, just like we do lettuce and tomatoes and apples and oranges and all the other things that we are here with naturally on the planet. You know what I mean? So, fuck. Let's all get high and change the world. That's what I say.
Hey, if not us, whom? If not when, now is more the message now more than ever. You know, it's we still have to be active. We can't sit there and get all pretentious and pretend like we can sit back. I mean, there's so much.
It's no resting on our laurels. You know, great that the club's been open 18 years. Now fucking turn it into something even bigger. That shit would be cool as a high rise. I'm just saying. I mean, you know, there's a lot of people that could use it. I think we all need to think bigger. I think we need to have equal rights in
Get a drive-through, Hilary. Get a drive-through. Fuck yeah, why not?
A drive-through. Remember getting pulled over in Amsterdam and they let us go, Hilary, at a drug stop? Me and Hilary are driving in Amsterdam in our friend's borrowed van, smoking a joint, because it turns out that it was perfectly legal at the time. We get stopped at a drug stop where the joint won't go out, and they start asking me all these questions in Dutch if I'd been drinking. Of course I hadn't. So they make me blow, remember, zeros, and then we leave, and we ask them, is it okay to smoke? And the lady says, hashish? I said, yes, the hashish. She said, it's very strong, but there are cars behind you now, so you must go. You remember that?
I remember that. You know, Tom, this is the first time you and I have ever talked publicly about me being in Amsterdam and California with you. For a long time, I was worried about how connected I was to things in California, but the lawyers assure me that enough time has passed that
Go statute of limitations!
That's hilarious. I'm not radioactive anymore. In a sense, it's true. I mean, you know, Alana, what we went through was so weird because on my side of the fence, I had some really good people. Renee and Alex wouldn't cooperate. Everything was quiet. You know, I had other friends straight just split. And then, you know, there was the other ones that just, you know, would have sold their mother down the river to fucking avoid time. And, you know, I still think we took a better path. And, you know, look where we all are today, in all honesty. I'm so proud of what you've done in the past 18 years. And look at how far medical cannabis has come in Canada. It's been friggin' epic, you know. And, yeah, and it's incredible. I mean, who would have thought we'd be here now doing all this stuff? I mean, perseverance has been our best virtue.
I'm not going to lie, I was hoping.
Oh, hold on, I'm going to call Kenny back. Sorry.
Okay, Kay from Tricombs.
Sorry, computer freaked out. Sorry.
A nutshell right here.
Sorry.
Thanks, buddy. That was a good rip.
You're most welcome.
I got a quick question for Hilary. I didn't see anywhere in the framework that was actually stipulating, you know, like how there was a boom in dispensaries when basically nobody cared about even getting a doctor's recommendation and people started illegally amassing membership, and then when the pressure would go on, they would flip and act normal again. Is it more like Vancouver is saying if you pay the $30,000, weed is almost recreational in Vancouver, or is it still following any sort of guidelines once you pay that big money fee?
If you pay the $30,000 licensing fee, there are no restrictions around eligibility at all, which is a pretty wild move that they made. The Coastal Health Authority is a really powerful medical and political organization on the West Coast. They're the ones that championed the safe injection site and are championing heroin by prescription, and they fight the feds on all kinds of really amazing progressive health issues. And they were very clear that in the recommendations that they gave to the city, they were not separating recreational and medical. And so after all of our presentations and submissions, the city realized that they needed to make a separate classification for an organization like ours. So now there is a second tier in the regulations where you have a $1,000 licensing fee instead of a $30,000 licensing fee, but you have to be a nonprofit, you have to have a proper full voting membership, you have to provide a certain amount of healthcare services. They really have sort of legislated our model. And if you are trying to get the Compassion Club designation, one of the things that you have to do is be a member of CAMCD. CAMCD, the Canadian Association of Medical Cannabis Dispensaries, is the governing body that we created to create standard operating procedures for the dispensaries across the country. And the criteria for becoming certified is quite stringent, and there are strict eligibility requirements and processes to go through. So both exist. I don't know how many people are going to bother to try to become compassion clubs and get that designation. Frankly, it's going to cost more than $30,000 a year to run a wellness center in the way that they have mandated it. But hopefully there will be more people that have their heart in the right place and actually want to take some of the profits from distributing cannabis and pour it back into supporting services for real critically and chronically ill patients. And there will be a lot of people who are opening up little recreational cannabis cash cows.
Well, I got a question, and it's this. And have they socialized liquor stores in Canada?
I don't think so.
No? And are they all non-profits?
Liquor stores?
Yeah.
No, certainly not. There are government-run liquor stores and then private liquor stores.
There are government-run liquor stores and then there are private liquor stores. So I got a stupid question, and it's, how come we can't be like them? Why do we have to have all this baloney? Like, why is forced socialization being placed on cannabis dispensaries? Why is suddenly, like, you know, dentists aren't non-profit. I mean, doctors aren't non-profit that I know of in America, at least. I mean, then why the hell does pot clubs have to be, and why are we tolerating such a lack of inequality in the marketplace? I don't get that at all, and I think that that's really what has to change, because we have safety and effectivity on our side, and we really have to look at science rather than look at, you know, old school paranoia to base for the rules for tomorrow. And I think it's screwed up that, you know, the pot clubs are the ones that have to jump all through the hoops and be non-profit, and, you know, when the liquor store down the street doesn't have to be. What's up with that?
You have to be a non-profit and jump through the loops. You can just pay the $30,000 licensing fee and then go about your business. But, you know, casinos have an $11,000 business fee, and pharmacies have a $2,500 fee, and liquor stores is even less than that. So,
you know, what's annoying though is then you've got to really educate the politicians that they are just like the drug dealers that are trying to cash in on prohibition era pricing, when that's going to go away when you have legalization and legitimization of this plant. I mean, because when we can start selling it for what it really costs to produce instead of what some blown up hyper price is, we're going to actually see the true cost of cannabis. And that's going to be significantly lower, and the tax revenues are not going to be as sexy, but that's going to be just like any other commodity on the planet. Tomatoes, oranges, what have you. I mean, that's what a competitive environment's going to do.
I agree. One place where I disagree a little bit with what you just said is I think that the city, including a classification of more of a socialized model and requiring some provision of other healthcare services, the fact that they legislated our model, some people really don't like it, and frankly, I don't care. I think that there are so many people that are making a lot of money, as they have the right to, out of distributing cannabis. And if we can motivate somebody somewhere to maybe repeat our model a little bit and provide more of the extra healthcare services to subsidize support of your community, I think that's a great thing. It's not mandatory. You have the option of which classification you want to apply to. We have 1.5-year long waiting lists. You know, like, the need is significant. And when people start using cannabis in conjunction with other holistic therapies, that's where we see really tremendous healing happen. That's where viral loads drop and tumors shrink and addictions are managed. And I don't mind that they made a classification that mandates more of a socialized model, but it's optional, right?
Yep, there it is. I think I was really stoked when I saw that they mandated basically what you guys had set up over the years. That if you wanted to be a compassion club, and if you didn't want to pay the $30K, and then you wanted to be non-for-profit, that it was going to be more than just registering as a non-for-profit, but you were going to be forced to maintain a certain amount of healers in-house to give those therapies away with. I mean, I always loved that about the Compassion Club. Hilary just always insisted on never doing it. ethos from the club. She was always about flipping it inside of itself and creating that, you know, if there was profit to be produced, that profit should be paid back to take care of the people that were barely, you know, able to afford this in the first place. That little bit of profit, it was like it wasn't capped. It was taken and used for, you know, quite a large variety of different holistic healings. I mean, how many different healers has the Compassion Club had over the years?
I don't know how many there's been over the years, but I can tell you that there's 13 modalities right now. But last year we provided 3,300 healthcare appointments.
That's amazing. That is quite something. I remember sending Gordon Barnholden down there for a day.
I remember.
He's got the power. I think you might have turned me on to him.
My mom did, actually.
Your mom did. Well, it was through you, though, so thank you, both of you, for that. And welcome to Josh, and probably Space is in the house as well somewhere. Have a dab. 700 people watching Hash Church live today, and we had a slow start. We were just chilling out, talking about the dead and some other things. It's been great to have Rob come in and to, as always, have Todd lay down the knowledge and have Hilary visit us. And Jen Doe's going to share at least some words with us eventually. I know she says she's got a sore throat, but eventually she'll say hi and be like, "What's up? I got strep."
I do have strep. It's horrible.
Oh, man. Sorry to hear. You're not still over with Marcel and Jessica?
No, I came home and then I had to make a trip up to Seattle yesterday. So, yeah, so I haven't really had much rest, even though I've got serious case of strep, but I've got antibiotics in me, so at least I'm not running around infecting everybody like the asshole that probably got me sick. So
consume phytocannabinoids.
Oh, yeah. I've been saturating all of my everything.
Yes, the old schmeck. Saturating my endocannabinoid system. Schmecking. That's what all the kids are saying now, Rob. It's all
I've been schmecking. I've heard that one before.
Excellent. That's good to hear.
Schmecking.
Yes.
We'll have to get the Oxford English Dictionary on this.
Absolutely.
You know, they added vaping and bud tender this year.
Really?
So all you need is vape and bud tender. How good's that?
That's awesome. Welcome, Joshua. You're frozen up. Bizarre Brothers, half the Bizarre Brothers in the house. That's just the Bizarre Brother. What's up with the brain taffy?
Indeed. What is up with the brain taffy? I'm trying to smoke some. I just woke up from the Killer Dead show last night, and here I am trying to get saturating my cannabinoid system.
Hell yeah, dude. You and Todd and Rob need to come by and check you guys out and come smoke some hash with you guys down in Oakland. They got the nice little zone. They got the killer hash, too. I'd be down there for shorten. But I don't need to be down there. Jeff's rocking the Dead crew, the crew from the Chicago shows. They're in the room now. Excellent. His internet is like Nepal internet, like showing us one photo every like 3 seconds. Good to see you guys nonetheless. You need a bong rip, Darrin?
It's really
Yeah, Rancho Relaxo just came over, got a nice dab here. Lost my rosin earlier, and I got one again now.
Oh, very good, very good. Sorry for your lost rosin, but, you know, happy for the guy that finds it and knows what it is.
I found $20 on the floor last night after the show, and then again right after I lost my rosin. So at least I'm up $40, but I'm down half gram of rosin.
Long rip. All right, I got a question for Rob. Since I waited, how many 30 hash churches to get this question off? So while he's still here, before he disappears. Now, Rob, I've had the fortunate the fortune to look at the THC experience and, kind of try to see how much of the plant I can comb out of it. It seems to produce one high. So you could say our Afghani type experiences versus our up high experiences of other narrow leaf drug types, is it all in the terpenes? Because it seems like if I had 100,000 tons of straight THCA, it would only be the terpenes that make the experience.
Oh, I think we're muted. Let me unmute you real quick, Rob. Sorry. I'm missing that shit. There we go, Todd. I'm looking for Rob. It's Todd. There you go, Rob.
Okay. Yeah, the other cannabinoids are important, predominantly CBD. And back in the day, I read so much for pure THC varieties, those cannabinoids might have been more important in the subtle variations in highs in imported varieties, in the landrace varieties. But now most of those are bred out of what we have. So we're really down to THC or more recently the higher CBD varieties. But as far as getting high and what you're talking about with THC, it is the terpenes, absolutely. And yeah, I've been looking at this a lot lately, and kind of a white paper on the subject that we're trying to figure out what to do with it. But it is the big difference. And one way you can see this is if you look at hemp essential oils from Europe that are made from cannabis sativa, from narrow leaf hemp varieties, then you see they have a different suite of terpenes than the narrow leaf drug varieties, and then there are terpenes that are really only found in Afghans. And that's probably what leads to their unique flavors, right? I mean, what else would it be? Some other compounds besides terpenes too, but they're unique to those varieties, and that's why we still taste something and think, oh, it's Afghanistan. And this all links in with, especially medicinally, it's hard to start separating things because people relate to a certain variety because it gives them a nice high or it gives them good medical effect. But the way they identify that variety is by how it tastes and smells. So, particularly how it smells. So then you're back to the terpenes, predominantly the terpenes again. They're the major aromatic components. And obviously they have this is the future. I mean, Tony's way into this. He's not, doesn't look like he's in line right now. But this really is the future for figuring it out. When you have pure THC, which we tried years ago, reagent grade THC we got a hold of, and it was just boring as ditch water. It was really, I realized right away that if all we were given as kids was pure THC, there would be no phenomenon of getting high. It would just be another thing to get stoned on. It really wouldn't be much better than Reds, or bottled barbiturates of some sort, or just something that gave you a stone. It's all kinds of stuff from the pharmaceutical company. Cannabis makes you high, and that's really the big difference. And I'm 90% sure that terpenes have the majorative effect in making that the case. Yeah.
I guess the reason why it comes up so strongly is because the only stability in me being able to produce a product that seems to be having more pharmaceutical-like, you could say, satisfaction. It's working for everybody because I took out all of the different spikes that make people high, and it seems to be boiling down to raw pain relief. And in the last 2 days, I'm getting responses from people who seem to, they have dead nerves or a car accident shot their arm, and the first thing they experience is tingling. And I'm like, okay, well, this is not related to the high because the terpenes are gone, but also the contaminants seem to be a block because I took a product that someone took and could get no effects out of, and by refining it, they're now getting miraculous effects, and I hand them back the things I filter out, and I'm like, this must be the block of why cherry oil or different things work or don't work. But when you get back to raw cannabinoids, you get a pharmaceutical type product that seems to be really helpful. But on the terpene side, I look at, okay, well, if I really want to make a sedative terpene profile, it's about emulating a certain condition, like Afghanistan. And then if I want to create a pharmaceutical product that's for depression, I create a lighting program that emulates the tropics. But really, if I have I just see THC, a medical product, and terpenes, hard to grow, always being lost, as two different fields, and they're disproportionate in their availability. And if we, basically by isolating them and putting them back together, we can produce something that's consistent. It will always smell like your nighttime medicine. It won't be an up or down. Ooh, this bag smells less like it's going to work. Yeah, that's kind of why.
It's a circle. You can't separate. It gets to be psychosomatic. Somebody will smell a bag of weed and go, this won't work. Well, it might work perfectly well, but you've already found one that works that smells like haze or whatever. So down the road, whenever you get things that have that haze, you go, that should work. And it does, because you figure it's gonna. This is not clinical science. This is part of the confusion. But we're not isolating one compound and doing double-blind trials and all the stuff they do to figure this out. We're given a small suite of cannabinoids, which we used to think was responsible for all these differences, until we took a look and realized that basically all we had was THC, and combining it with this much bigger suite of terpenes that cause a myriad of effects, some really good for certain things, and some really bad for certain things, I would think. One of the rules in terpenes is not all terpenes are good. You know, that some of them are going to make effects that certain people at least don't like. Some of them probably are the ones that make us cough our guts out and lose a perfectly good hit that you could have held in. I mean, for instance, is that a good one? You know.
That was awesome, Rob. We had this conversation, Rob, in Amsterdam over the last 2 or 3 weeks. I remember talking about the different degradation of terpenes and how, you know, certain hashes could, you know, cure out over time and lose sometimes a terpene that you might want it to lose. You know, it smooths out the hash. You know, now you're hitting these hits like that sweet skunk I had last year that was dry sift, really cleaned nice. It was so smooth. It's one of the things people couldn't really wrap their heads around. They were just like, what the fuck? And it was like, wow, this isn't fresh frozen, that's for sure, because that shit's got the majority of all the terpenes, and that shit definitely grabs you by the nuts and gets you red in the face when you hit a rip of it. It's interesting to see the difference between those two things. A fresh frozen as opposed to a properly dried and made full melt dry sift.
Good. I think it's healthier for you too. We used to smoke a lot of weed and even freshly made hash, but you notice it more with cannabis. You harvest it, you dry it not quite enough, and you start smoking it. It's autumn, you know, it's time to get high. It was more important back in the days when it was all outdoors. But every year you get a wheezy, nasty, gurgly cough, and it's partly from smoking wet weed, but it's majoritively from smoking all these fresh, even a couple weeks later, are gone. You know, and the Afghan people aged their hash for years before they smoked it. Not because they were waiting for shortages or because, you know, the Russians were coming or anything. They just preferred to do it that way. They kept it in a cold, dark place and as a raw product pretty much, and then did the final cleanup of the farmer's hash before they smoked it. And it's easier to make hash when it's bloody sticky. So
they stopped making that type of hash in the late 60s, correct?
No, soothed hash was made up in, probably is still made in Afghanistan, but the good stuff made by themselves for themselves, like all good craft in the world, whether it's needlepoint or hash making, gave out in the 70s when the Russians showed up. And the rules were changed and everything. So 71, 72, 73 was the last time you could really get the killer stuff. It was kind of the beginning of people going there, which is a bummer, but what's been made since then has mostly gone through Pakistan into their trade and just been mixed up with all the stuff that feeds coffee shops and people who don't know any better in Europe. So, in Canada, you got a bunch of it up there too. You used to. I think you guys have got pretty green in Canada now.
Indeed, it has. When are you going to come visit us up in Canada?
I don't know. I was thinking about coming up to BC in August.
The salmon will be fully running like ridiculous. You could pull them out of the ocean with a net. It won't be what I would call the best fishing, but you'll catch fish.
I could eat lots of fresh fish.
Yeah, salmon too. Real nice.
Now, I was thinking of coming up for the Seattle Hemp Fest and then coming and seeing you guys and maybe going and seeing John Conroy. I was kind of, I hadn't really put anything together yet, and I hadn't even told Hill or anybody else, but John said come on up, so thought I might do that.
Excellent. Well, that would be that'd be nice to get together for a meal with John and Hilary and yourself, and of course.
Yeah, good.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, good fun. Good fun.
It's 12 o'clock. We've been working Hash Church for what, 9, 10, 11, 12, 3 hours. We got 700 people, just under 700 people who have been watching pretty consistently from the beginning. Appreciating Hash Church XL, which is our 40th week doing Hash Church in a row. I haven't missed it. I even drove through a fucking blizzard in Southern Ontario, to get to God knows where to do the Hash Church that only lasted, what, like 20 minutes?
Where?
The one when I was in Ontario on my way to Jamaica between flights, and I left the airport to go do a Hash Church at my friend's house, and we got into like a snowstorm and a fucking traffic everywhere, and I was just like, man, this is like, Hash Church should not be this stressful.
Hey, can you tell us a little bit on what's your just overall take on?
I missed that. The overall take on what?
What's going on in Jamaica? What's your synopsis of what's going on? There seems to be a lot of different little things.
There was a multitude of things that went on. First, it was about, will they pass the law? Will they be able to get past that treaty? Will they be able to do their own thing? So that was the big thing, and then that happened. Before that happened, they did the decriminalization of 2 ounces, where you couldn't be arrested or jailed for a simple possession of 2 ounces or less. Then it was a bigger thing where it was like, okay, we're going to change the law, but the law is like so crazy in Jamaica, how many different things that it goes from this group and then that group, and they sign it, and then it goes up to upper Senate and lower Senate and down to this guy, the Governor General sends it to the Queen, she sends it back with a stamp. Like the most insane amount of shit you could ever fucking possibly imagine, Rob. So once all of that got done, which it has, then those ministers that were in charge of, I'm guessing it's like 4 ministries. There's many, many ministers in Jamaica. Yeah. There's probably at least 4 of them that are having their hand in creating through the hiring. This is all now not what I would call fact, but mostly what I've read in articles and what's been publicly released knowledge. That they have hired a group of 14 to 16 people, I could be wrong, and these are the people that are going to write up the actual legislation of whether, I don't know if it's a permit, I don't know if it's a license, I don't know if they're going to come up with a new wording for it. I have no idea. It's Jamaica. I'm just a businessman who's actively involved, waiting with many other companies at this point, because none have been permitted or licensed. All we've heard so far is that UE and 2 other schools, UTech and another one maybe, I think Case has shown interest, have acquired R&D licenses to plant plants. Now, does that mean that there's big research and stuff going on? I don't think so. I think everyone's in the same boat, currently waiting for permits or licensing or whatever you want to call it, and then I would just let Tony recap on that.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hit it on the head, but it's really basically like this. They passed their laws, and just like Colorado or Oregon, or if California passed their laws, you can't just like start going down and getting a license like it's a fishing license, where, oh, okay, it's good to fish now. I'm going to go get my fishing license, and I can fish unlimited, and I can unlimitedly catch as much fish. Well, that doesn't exist. We have environment issues, and you're allowed to catch certain fish at a certain size, weigh it, a certain count when you fish, and there's regulations to every industry. So you can't just have a free-for-all. So they've initiate, in my opinion, it's like any other state and how it would work. They initiate those licenses for research and science first, just like you would see in probably California. You know, if it went, you would see the universities and the research side kick in right away. And so now they have to create regulations. And because there's, I think, 7 ministries creating regulations within those bodies is going to take some time. I would imagine, I mean, that process in the United States takes 6 months plus. So that's where they're at. They need to create a body of regulation of how that's going to look, what the limiting is, how much you can grow, or whatever their mechanism is that fits inside their laws. And that's just going to take time. So I'm sure you'll see movement in Jamaica. It's Jamaica, as you know. It takes time. I mean, we'd all love to say you might see something in the next 4 to 6 months, but it could take longer.
Keep in mind, guys, what we're waiting for is something that has never before existed. So even part of your mind is like, could this really even be true? Is this really, you know, and I think Jamaica is very serious in their intentions of not wanting to fuck it up and wanting to make sure everything they do is proper, so it's a legacy instead of, you know, some nightmare that we did it wrong, now we've got these problems. They really seem to be proceeding with caution. And once again, that's mostly from articles that I've read in the Gleamer and the Observer from Jamaica. They press releases often in regards to this subject.
They even had the mayor from Kingston. The mayor from Kingston even came out to Denver, and you know, I'm sure they're getting a lot of insight from Colorado and different places that have regulations in play, and they have to articulate that and translate that back into their country, to their people, because their spirituality, Rastafarian, there's different layers of things that transcend or translate into their country. Like we have caregivers in Colorado. Well, they're spiritual rights, which there are no spiritual rights in Colorado, so you have to take that into consideration, and that was in their laws. And the Rastafarian community. And then there's the commodities community. Like right now, hemp, growing hemp under 1% to their definition is a commodity. And you can grow that as much as you want right now. No license necessary.
Got macaroons too. Everyone's eating macaroons. Are you rocking macaroons there, Tony?
No, this is it's making my throat feel so good so I can talk. It's a you know, the mochi balls, the Japanese like ice cream, rice.
Oh, nice. You need to pass some of those Jendo's way.
Oh, look at that little macaroon, yeah. Yeah, that would scratch up my throat. I've unfortunately had an ear infection and a problem with my equilibrium and taste buds and a cold since last week Friday.
Traveling is tough on the body that way. All the planes and stuff. How do you avoid sickness traveling as much as you do, Rob? You got some special methods traveling.
Take hemp seed oil every day.
I thought you could say that.
And a handful of other basic food supplements, sort of vitamin things. You know, you don't eat as regularly as you should. The older I get, the pickier and eater I am too. So, yeah, I always make sure I got the basic things in me, all my essential fatty acids, and go from there.
I think it was, to be honest with you, it's something that started on Wednesday, and I took, I was sampling some CBD concentrates and some different types of entries and things, and there was one particular one that had two types of chemicals in it. I think people are like washing they're like doing some kind of extract, whether it's BHO or CO2, and then they're washing it with something else. I'm not really sure what it is, but it's definitely not coming out. And when I hit it, normal vape, but then when on this nail, I mean, it's known to pool, but at 800 degrees, when you have to pour out whatever chemical was in the concentrate off your nail, then there's definitely something else in there. And I remember hitting that, and ever since I hit that, my throat, my sinuses, and my ears have been extremely inflamed and almost like an allergic reaction. And I didn't realize what was going on until it was too late, because I was trying to smoke through it, and I had to continue. And then I got on the plane, and that changed. That was probably one of the most painful things, is having like that kind of an infection in your head, and having a head cold, and having a migraine and muscle spasms, all while going up and down. Where I thought I had a direct flight from Oakland to Denver, but no, it went to LA first. So it was like it went up and down, and like literally felt like somebody was putting all kinds of pins and needles in the back of my head.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
I've had that before. Coming home from Amsterdam, I had to leave the cup 1 year early because I got so sick, and my head felt like it was bursting. I came home, and when it landed, man, it wasn't at the back of my head. It was all in my eyebrows, and it felt like pins, like 1,000 of them. I could not believe the pressure and how horrible that was. I can't believe you did that multiple times.
No, the second.
You guys.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it brings up, I mean, you're talking about crap being in some sample you smoked, but have you guys gotten into, I think it's called the Cannabis Safety Institute? The Cannabis Safety Project, or Google it on there. You'll find it on my laptop here. But it's really interesting. They've published 4 white papers so far. One about fungicides in stuff, and one about different, all kinds of stuff. But it's basically about trying to present information that eventually will be used for making legislation to protect consumers. And it's good stuff. I was just turned on to it the other day. I haven't read them all even, but I took a brief look at them, and it's all pretty well thought out, good stuff. Cannabis Safety, I think that's what it was called.
I like that. What do you think about predator bugs and bugs pissing and shitting all over the resin and then having that be extracted? Is that the best idea? Could we do better?
Well, yeah. I mean, we steer manure touch our vegetables, do we? Even us organic, groovy growers, it's sort of like to wash the cow shit off of our tubers before we eat them raw.
I guess that's the nice thing about washing resin. You can wash it off.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with the water process, you lose some other good things while you're at it. But I've even seen people do this in really dusty, arid places when plants get dust on them. You can see it's there, mineral dust that's dense and sinks. You can take a plant or a branch from a plant and slowly dunk it in a barrel of water, some is deeper than the branch is long. Just put it in there carefully and move it up and down a little bit. You pull it out very slowly so you don't wash the glands off. Hang the sucker up and dry it. And what you'll get after you're all done, you dump that barrel out, there's a layer of mud in the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So, and not very many resin glands.
Yeah, pre-wash is essential. Pre-wash is essential. Cleaning your material before you wash it, and making sure that you understand the thin membrane that separates a pre-wash from you just fucking like lost a lot of your good resin in your what you were just trying to do a gentle wash with. I'm sure you guys pre-wash over there, Josh.
Oh yeah, definitely. We got the idea from Rob in his book.
There you go.
Clean it off every time, no matter what. I mean, unless there's a chance that you could just clip it and like hang it without touching it at all, and falls right into your bubble bags, maybe. But if it's been bagged up or cut or touched or anything in any fashion, there's broken stuff. There's something that can be rinsed off, and sometimes it's really little. Sometimes there's more. And, it's pretty interesting to see the end product, because you wash this stuff off, it looks like pretty good stuff, but when you actually do your ice rinse, then you see the quality come out. You're like, oh wow, that would have been in there. If I had to wash it off, it would have made it that much worse.
And what size pre-washes are you guys rocking?
What do you mean?
Like, are you pre-washing half pounds, 5 packs, 10 packs? Like, how much do you pre-wash at a time to be gentle and make sure you're not actually washing the resin?
It depends. Between, an ounce to 20 pounds at once.
Nice. 20 pounds at once is a nice pre-wash.
Yeah. So it's not so much the pre-wash that's nice, it's the wash that comes off of it that's really nice.
But it's the pre-wash that makes that wash come on. It's like people used to be like, I don't need a 190 bag, man. That bag sucks. And I'd be like, listen, dude, it's not about, even though you were just puffing 190, which is awesome. You did your shit proper when the 190's melting, let me tell you. But people would say, I don't want the 190 bag, before they really understood the part of that all the bags weren't for collecting resin, but some of them were for separating and cleaning out contaminants that would otherwise get into the resin. And so that was fun to try and sort of explain to people over the years. No, you do want the 190 bag. As well as
definitely. Yep. And they're all work bags, if you ask me. You have to work them. You have to get that stuff to wash off. You can use the advantage of the bags is that you can, lift them and move them in any kind of way that makes the resin stay and makes the other stuff flow through. And you can't just pull them up and let them drain through. They're all work bags.
Yeah, well put. That is well put.
I just wanted to add one thing. You guys were talking before about trace pesticide contaminants. A lot of the fungicides or insecticides that are often used are tested for food crops, are tested for, again, safety in terms of oral consumption or human contact, and not necessarily a crop that's going to be heated. So as I've said many times before, when you heat up either the raw cannabis flower or extract, you change the chemistry in what's in the trichome. I mean, everything changes as soon as it sees a hot nail or the burning ember of a joint. So you always got to remember that, again, some of these countries where hemp oil was being grown doesn't have the regulatory mechanism like we have the EPA here in the United States to basically regulate the use of safe agrochemicals. And because of that, it doesn't surprise me that on a high CBD oil origin unknown, I'm not saying, Tony, that the stuff you had came from a sketchy place, but you can imagine that in countries, again, where you don't have the regulatory mechanism in place to make sure that they're not using high use rate phosphate insecticides, for example, that these things certainly shouldn't be on any crop or in any oil. Remember that when you concentrate the oil, when you do an extraction, you're concentrating all those nasties from the plant, and a lot of those chemicals, when they're thermally decomposed, make noxious materials that, doesn't surprise me, can cause severe irritation in the airway. There's no question about it.
It's far out that even it's kind of echoes what goes on with the tobacco industry, because there's over 400 compounds that for the last 20 years, there's a list of them, you get them on the internet, that are allowed to be an American. Okay, a lot of these things seem to be relatively benign. I mean, bergamot. Okay, bergamot oil. We have that in our Earl Grey tea. Fine. But has anybody ever looked at burning bergamot oil?
Right, exactly.
And it's in cigarettes. It's like
No.
they don't even give a shit at their own. That's such a bundle of snakes. They didn't even want to go there. They just said, oh, these things are probably okay to eat, so you can burn them. But
yeah, and a lot of those compounds that have a lot of nitrogen in them, like a lot of those heterocycles, like the nicotines, and which has a pyrrolidine ring nitrogen and a pyridine nitrogen, when those things decompose oxidatively, they make toxic compounds. They make stuff that you shouldn't be coming in contact, let alone breathing deep into your lungs. It's amazing, again, when you look at the essential oil profile of tobacco. that smokers don't drop dead after just a couple years of smoking, because the plethora of nitrogen-containing compounds in there that, when again consumed at elevated temperature, completely degrades those into some of the most cancer-causing compounds that we know.
Like radium-226, which breaks down into polonium-210 and lead-210, radioactive nucleotides sprayed onto tobacco. That's bad stuff.
Well, can I ask you, Rob, what do you think of like D-limonene, which is sold by the gallon on over the internet as a degreasing solvent used as a taste agent in CO2 oil pens, for instance?
I think that's dangerous territory. I mean, limonene is not intrinsically bad for us, or else pot smokers by now would be showing signs of limonene problems, okay? But we're talking about micro quantities of limonene and other terpenes together. It's never just smoking limonene alone in cannabis. That maybe there's an entourage effect that one helps protect the others.
Can I ask what's the difference between limonene and D-limonene, technically?
D-limonene is one isomer of
they're enantiomers of one another. They're mirror images of one another. So you have the D and you have the L. One rotates optically active light in the dextrorotatory way, that's the D isomer, and the other in the levorotatory way, which is the L isomer. Limonene itself is the naturally occurring form is D, but when you could make it synthetically, you could make a mixture of both D and L, which are both enantiomers.
No. Why is it so effective as a degreaser? Why is it sold online in the gallon jug?
My own professional opinion is one of the reasons why is it's just all marketing. It's just this orange cleaner bullshit. It's a little bit of smell, a little bit of fragrance, and one of the things you have to remember is it takes a whole lot of surfactant to make a limonene water soluble. So therefore, of course, the shit's going to be a great cleaner. You got a lot of surfactant in there, which is soap. So it's the soap that's used to basically emulsify limonene that makes it orange cleaner.
What's the pH of limonene?
It's all marketed. It's like antimicrobial soap. There's no reason to put antimicrobial agents in soap. Soap is antimicrobial. It's like throwing sand down at the beach. It's ridiculous. It's all just bullshit marketing. You don't need antimicrobial in soap, right? When's the last time you saw soap attacked by mold? It doesn't. I mean, soap itself denatures membranes itself as antimicrobial.
But this is where the CO2 industry is deriving the D-limonene.
D-limonene is just a byproduct of the orange juice industry. That's all. It's a solvent that's extracted from orange peels on shit-ton scale at places like California and Florida, just to basically squeeze more product out of their fruit. They could sell it. It's an industrial solvent, and it is a synthetic precursor to some other proprietary flavors and fragrances that are made at very large scale and used in both food and flavors and fragrance products.
Now, just because a terpene is naturally occurring in cannabis, it does not mean that if we is it going to interact with our bodies the same, is it?
Well, I mean, that's just it. So if you make a synthetic terpene and it's the same molecule, and in this case the same stereochemical configuration, which is the D configuration, there's no way to tell that D-limonene came from orange peels or from cannabis, because it's the same molecule. It's the same identical molecule. You can't.
So a terpene is a terpene is a terpene, no matter if the terpene jumped off.
And again, Todd, one distinction we should make is the variety of them are actually terpenoids. So terpenes have a unique formula that means that they don't have an oxygen, but most of them contain an oxygen, and so those are what we call terpenoids. So like linalool and most of what we call terpenes, we're actually referring to a greater class of molecule called terpenoids. And again, all these molecules, like especially the terpenes themselves that don't have oxygen, when you heat them up on a nail in the presence of air, chemistry happens, and you're going to convert some of those into other.
my next dumb question then is so a terpene's a terpene, and it doesn't matter if the cannabis plant's making it or if a lily's making it or a lilac or a rose. It's a terpene. And now my next dumb question will be, does the cannabis plant have unique terpenes that we know of, or are we in a situation where there's not enough research to show us what terpenes really exist on the cannabis plant, because there's, like, cannabinoids do not occur in any other plants? Is there really nothing to base our comparison to because of the uniqueness of cannabis?
No, I mean, I believe that all plants, it's my own 2 cents, and I'll let you speak after that. It's just that Mother Nature conserves her chemicals from plant to plant, and each individual species of plant is an individual manifestation of a different spectra or a different flavor that's there for, again, evolutionary pressure. We can talk about that, why these tastes and smells and fragrances evolved on the fragrant herbs like rosemary and basil and cannabis. I continue to look at that whole continuum as just being, again, Mother Nature's pharmacopoeia that provides interesting different aspects to her chemistry by changing the terpenes that you find in certain mint varieties are the same terpenes you find in cannabis, but you'll find different amounts, and in the different amounts you find the uniqueness of the essential oils and their activity.
Most cannabis contains, the top 10 or 12 sesquiterpenes, monoterpenes, terpenoids, however you want to say them, and we're looking at those. But and every terpene we talk about it because it has a name. And most of those named ones derive their names from the first plant they were isolated from. Okay? And they are the most common ones, and they're the ones used in industry. Are there unique ones in cannabis? Likely so. Are they important? They haven't been shown to have, at least environmentally they wouldn't be so important, we wouldn't think, because they're not showing up in other plants, so they're not doing what Mark is talking about, which being, conservatively using these biosynthetic powers that they have amongst all kinds of plants. They're pathways that have to evolve. It takes some energy. So, could there be unique ones? Quite possibly. They would be the ones in tiny amounts that are out in longer GC runs that are more expensive, where people are maybe losing more volatile ones or along the way, something like that. A little bit harder looking, and you'd find peaks that you might find commonly between different varieties that are in very tiny amounts. We don't have a name for them yet, But whether they'd really be important or not, I kind of doubt it. I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that there's something unique terpene to haze that made haze the special thing it is, but I kind of doubt it, because there wouldn't be enough of it in there to really make that much of a difference,
Have we identified the terpene?
You do it.
Opposed to that sweet, that Cali mist
Not really.
identified by haze.
I mean, you can read all the taste and aroma things on the internet that we put together for that article I did, but
Sure.
it gives you some hints. But unless you sit down and do the organoleptic assay yourself with all the different terpenes that you can buy, terpene samples, and get some idea how each one tastes. So you can do a wine tasting kind of thing with it. Wine tasters, in fact, have these cool. People are learning wine tasting. This is so we should remember. I gave this to David years ago, and it was not because he's a wine drinker, he's not, but because it was different aroma bottles in a set. I only saw this once in a wine shop, and it was maybe 30 different aromas that people say they detect in wines. Okay, so it's to train your nose to this palette of things. So you could say, oh, that's a bit bramble-ish, or oh, I get a bit of chocolate from that, or whatever. I'm making fun, but I've never really been a very good wine taster. And this gave you ways of classifying the different aromas. So the primary dozen most commonly found terpenes in cannabis would be the starter one, and you could have an expanded one of every terpene that's ever been found in cannabis. Tiny amounts that people could experiment with. But that said, overdoing it, as I said to you, Mark and Tony, both in the past, putting too much terpenes back on your weed or your hash or whatever is it's solvent abuse. Very quickly, you're becoming a glue sniffer.
So I worked at a terpene lab for a non-cannabis terpene lab for almost 15 years, and as I was looking at different terpenes and everything, and I look at different essential oils, and we ran NMRs exclusively. We would look at the mixtures of compound in the NMR because, again, when you put something into a GC, everything changes because when you heat it up in the injection port of the GC at 250, thermodynamics happen. The way I likened it last week on Hash Church is that the molecules start here, and as you heat them up, you push them up a roller coaster, and where they land isn't necessarily where they started. There you have just a different set of molecules. And so what we find in the NMR, again, this is really peculiar, is that you can look at certain regions, like the fingerprint region, particularly the region where a lot of the unsaturated terpenes have resonances, and what you can see is from strain to strain, very, very different terpene profiles. What we see is, again, certain hazes have a lot of myrcene in it. It's interesting because myrcene is one of those thermolabile terpenes. In fact, I think when you heat up limonene, it converts to myrcene, or vice versa. I can't remember which one. But when you look at like the tangies, by definition, there's that limonene peak. You see limonene in all of the tangies that we've ever looked at. So again, there is some sort of recognition on the molecules in the mix by what our nose and what we're able to sense in terms of the smell and how it tastes to us.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how the laboratory data from the good labs that are really trying to do good terpene research and maybe trying to find more than just the basic dozen, to compare that research to what the DNA research comes up with, because you can build a taxonomy on the aromas, just terpenes, just like you can build it on any other secondary products. We used to do it with cannabinoids, and it's kind of blunt. There's not enough cannabinoids. There's enough terpenes to get a picture.
I had this conversation with Scott Reach when I was in Colorado last week, and what I said to him is, I said, plant variety type patent is a very difficult patent to enforce, especially as genetics get traded and as cuttings go from here to there. But what you can always look at is the extract that comes from that plant, and if you go to a dispensary or a grow and they say that this is I don't know, skunk number 1, for example, and you could look at the genetics and say, well, the genetics are one thing. What does the oil look like? What is the profile of terpenes? And I could show you a fingerprint match on here's not skunk number 1, and what you guys are selling is not skunk number 1. It's something else.
Genetically, it was grown in a way or something done to it in the preparation that took out what gives it the medicinal value of skunk number 1 that you're looking for. So yeah, it could genetically be the same, like you're saying, but just produced in a haphazard way, or dried and
extracted, cured in a different way. There's all kinds of differences that could make a terpene profile look from the same genetics very different. You're right.
I do want to add.
Measure freshness and things.
Can I ask a question then about breeding? And are we watering down these varieties that we have been? If we're just shuffling the same cards since the 80s, so to speak, since Skunk 1 took over indoor growing and we had Big Bud and Afghan and Haze and all this stuff hit, if we're just reshuffling the deck, are we watering down the deck is my question by mixing these complex hybrids together again and again?
Sure, that's why we made it so dilute that, plants give populations that are a bell curve, okay? All anybody wants for a cut is one end of that bell curve, all right? And so that's how it all works. It's not consistent breeding largely. It's not individual things coming through with strong traits. We're lucky, really lucky, that we still have varieties that taste a little bit like the original Hindu Kush, or a little bit like the Haze when it was first its own variety. Those come through in flavors very well, but they're so dilute by now. They're an 1/8 or a 16th or something of a lot of these varieties, and the rest of the things are just masked. They're just lost. It's a big mishmash. So on the average, we have a mishmash, but then you can still go through and pick out a unique cut that produces well indoors, has the agronomic characters, and also makes you high the way you want it and tastes attractive.
Right.
It smells attractive.
One of the things I walked away with when I started getting basically schooled on the uniqueness of genetics was just that, because after coming from Northern California and learning how to grow outdoor greenhouse with guys like Richard Davis, who sadly are now deceased, but was doing it for 20 years back in the early 90s when I met him, and it was that they would grow these seed crops year after year, and in my eyes lose beautiful mother plants that were so unique.
Sure.
And in Holland we would get into a place where you guys would do a section selection, and that mother plant would go on to become this, heralded and kept lady, if you will, that had a breeding and an offspring and the whole side of it. And I think now in this all what we're trying to express to people is that each plant is unique, like a brother or a sister, and that you could put the parents together again and again, you're only going to get one Einstein. Yeah. And I think that picking out that Albert Einstein and mothering it and keeping it alive and sharing it with your friends, and that's really it. And the other thing I also got when I walked away from you guys was all these people on the block, and I think it's more bullshit and bravado than it is any truth, because we don't even really know the diverseness that we have right now in front of us. And when I say that, people were trying to give me all this shit about I was breeding pot and doing all this stuff at my house in Bel Air. Well, the truth of the matter is I was just trying to understand all these different strains. At the time, I was trying to collect what would have been from 8 weeks or earlier to 16 weeks and longer if I could have got my hands on it, and trying to just identify these different weeks-like colors, if you will. And I feel right now, I don't know if you'd agree, but like picture a box of Crayola crayons with 16 crayons. Well, we've only been playing with the first 8, if you will, or 9 or 10 in the first 10 weeks of color. No one really colors with the 13, 14, 15, 16-week plants right now. So we don't know these terpenes. We don't know these cannabinoid profiles. And until people start growing longer gardens and really taking the time to mother more plants, because that's when they're going to find these unique plants. They're
Todd, when we
they're going to have homogeneous strains.
Todd, when we ran our initial testing, when we started to do lab testing, and when exactly what Rob said, we found I'd say 90 to 95% of the tests that we ran on UVH PLC came out to be very similar spikes. And so I agree, there's some sort of homogenization because we're finding it in the spikes, but I think the diversity is then in the terpenes through these bastardizations, these back crosses, these crazy happy accidents that we now see and that we're now plethorized with. But still, I agree, when we actually run the actual tests and see the spikes are very similar. So then it's now we can use science to look for that 8%, that 5%, those things that are unique, because now we can look for something that is unique. That's how we're finding these CBD spikes that are unique because of how high the CBD spike was. And so we're able then to identify that, and then we put a name to it, Harlequin, then there became Charlotte's Web and these others. So it's continuing to isolate, but would you agree, Rob, just due to the bastardization, these profiles are very similar all in all?
Yeah, absolutely. And the only thing that's causing any medical or recreational differences in these things really is the terpenes. And back to that.
Do you think it's also the combination of the cannabinoids present?
Sure, they're all synergistic with each cannabinoid, but basically what we're looking at is one cannabinoid, THC. And now...
But are we anymore? Because now that CBD's into the mix, I know that THC was, the important kid on the block for a minute, but now we're seeing this non-psychoactive cannabinoid standing on its own in some instances, having anti-epileptic and other medical usefulness. So now are we going to start looking at the cannabinoids kind of with a broader mindset, and maybe, not to discredit THC and all we've understood about it, but is it possibility we might have another 1963 and start understanding the uniqueness of the non-psychoactive compounds?
I think we are. I mean, an event you go to, and it's got 5 indications that THC is good for, and 15 indications that CBD is good for, and about probably all of them overlap with THC. So, okay, people are taunting CBD a lot these days, touting it because it's the legal cannabinoid, in theory. But so they're really looking for things it's good for. But people already really look pretty hard for things THC was good for. So it's no miracle drug, but there's a hell of a lot of research to be done, and there's no restrictions on it. So I expect to see CBD work with a lot. What I also expect to see is the medical community saying, we've told you all along, and we still continue to tell you, that in America we find no medical value for marijuana. And we're saying we still don't, because it isn't marijuana, really is it? Marijuana is the stuff to get you high. This is CBD. It's from hemp. So we're fine with that. So we're going to medicate with hemp, and you pot smokers can go off and do what you've always done, and fine. They might even use CBD as the same excuse they've used Marinol. You guys have got your cannabis medicine. It's called Marinol. Go get a script. Go take it. You know, what do you guys need marijuana for? Use modern medicine. There you go. There's one right there. Does everybody use it? No, because it sucks. But,
that's why there's still some in the
that's why
bottle.
it's still there. But, you know, we're dealing with major problems here to come, you know.
Well, the fight's not over, and,
No, it's
and
just starting.
the effort to teach people what's really going on is still the biggest struggle that we face right now, because there's a lack of understanding, and by painting THC as the scapegoat or bad person or bad molecule, we should say, it's wrong, and and I think that things should be judged on the merit of their safety and not on the paranoia of the people that don't understand them.
Well, I wanted to chime in on some stuff. I listed in our little chat here a bunch of basic understanding in terms of the different terpenoids that are found in plants and phytochemicals within living organisms, and the isoprene chemical channels for terpenes and terpenoids, and how those can be, those are all going to sequence out in different variable forms. So when we're talking about having, I actually disagree with Mark in the sense that when you say I can identify somebody's trademark in an extract, unless that extract, and I'm not trying to knock on it, not knock on what you said, but unless that extract is performed in a certain type of environmental process, meaning I know for a fact from the last time I saw Rob, the way that I'm extracting terpenes is completely different than that time, because temperatures and pressure and time changes that configuration and that sequence of terpenes and monoterpenes and these different types of combinations. So the tangy in its flower stage has layers of terpenoids, and the aroma that's coming off of that tangy has a different impact in when you're going to extract it. If you extracted it with, say, a hydrocarbon or water extraction, or in the terpene extraction, or if you're steam distillations, depending on what you're doing to that profile, unless you're able to just completely take it out in a cold press process, even in that stage, even with pressure, I found that those things change. So it's really hard to duplicate the DNA profile in any type of extract, unless it's everyone's doing the exact same type of extract in this controlled extraction process. So some of them are hydrophobic, some of them are hydrophilic, whether they like water, don't like water, they're attracted to oxygen or not. All these things matter. So, you could get a tangerine haze from the flower to smell and taste a lot and mimic a lot like that flower, but I think you're on point with the proton NMRs being the way to go, being able to see things on the atomic level. That's really when you're getting into it, and you're like, here's the flower, and then every one of these tests moving forward, we're going to have this type of extract. It may not even be what people are smoking, but this type of extract, so we can get a pure plant profile, unadulterated, in multiple levels of that extract, because we have different trichomes, different essential oils, different terpenoids, different type of mediums that we have to pull from that. And then you have to study the flower itself. You have to study the flower on the plant, study the flower dead, study it cured a certain way. There's like every which way parameter that you have to study it. I don't think the GC and the HPLC is a go-to single unit source. I think it's a combination of using the proton NMR, a mass spec. HPLC has its place, but I think that it's hard for us to put our finger on something without the proper tools. And so HPLCs, they're heating up, they're changing things, and then they're making it seem like, oh, we're converting this this terpene into this unknown terpene, and it consists of 50%. It might be because of that machine, because at 250 degrees, when you put beta-clothyline in there or mycene in there, that's what you get at 250 degrees every time. And so it's giving gray data, if you will, you know?
Makes good sense. Yeah, the gas chromatograph is giving you the profile of what's volatile at that temperature under those conditions. And again, there's no question about it that at those conditions, which typically, I think the AHP method, the injection port temperature, there's a hold actually on that method, so the sample actually stays at that temperature. I think it's 250 degrees centigrade, so you can convert it to Fahrenheit to see how expensive or how hot that is in Fahrenheit. But I have practical experience where you can look at the NMR, which is at room temperature, which has had no thermal history at all, take that same sample, shoot it into the GC, and you see something just completely different, because again, on the GC and at that temperature, especially in the presence of air, you're going to start to see reaction. And you should. I mean, you should not expect these things to sort of be inert. But the other thing,
well,
Tony,
can I bring this up? You know, can I interrupt for one little thought? You know, Kenny brings this up all the time. He feels that all of the old terpene results are very suspect because they were done with gas chromatography, which is not an effective means of measuring them. And all these terpene conversations that he's read in research papers are especially completely wrong, because they were doing it in temperatures that we now know are evaporating off a lot of the terpenes that are present. So a lot of the stuff, you know, we're smoking when we're, you know, smoking, you know, things like this, it's all happening under 100 degrees. And we're not losing nowhere near the kind of terpenes that we're losing when they do these tests. So he feels that realistically we kind of have to take all these old research papers with a grain of salt, because we can see the hole in the bucket in which, so to speak, in which they were done with. Do you agree with that, Rob? Is that...
Yeah, sure. It's every time you develop new technologies, you get new data sets that, in theory, give you more information and you make new conclusions. Now you have NMR, the proton NMR he's mentioned. Who knows what they'll have next time around? These DNA
well, I
things
have that. Hey, Rob, have you heard of evaporative light scattering? ELSD?
Yes.
It's the new... what I found is that what they're doing with edibles is they're taking edibles to get equal sample testing. They're taking diatomaceous earth, freeze-drying the sample, mixing in equally the diatomaceous earth, getting a stable sample throughout, and then putting that through the ELSD and getting sampling and getting spikes that are more consistent than with UV or MS detection.
Huh. See, there you go. More scientists developing new protocols. Great stuff.
The ELSD, is that like 2CB?
No, I wish. No, it's a new technology. I was part of the. A long time ago, we started the Medical Cannabis Safety Council, and it was wound into Americans for Safe Access, into their Patients First certification program. And this week they had a webinar where they talked about the Revolaris PrEP purification system and ELSD and how effective it is in actually finding what they're able to find, including CBC, CBN, THC, CBD, CBG, THCV, along with the acids. So that's what they're doing, and they're able to test edibles because prior there was a problem with testing edibles, or we found when we were dealing with edibles, is that I could have a cookie like this, but depending on how the oil is saturated, the concentration could be over on this side of the cookie, et cetera, et cetera. So it still has to be worked out to how we put things into edibles and how they're actually transferred. But when we started to test them, all we had was GS and UVH-PLC, and we were having problems with that. So I was excited to hear about a new testing method for edibles with this new ELSD machine and the diatomaceous earth. I thought, wow, that's just an interesting combination. But supposedly through the centrifugation and the freezing it at the liquid nitrogen, it actually makes an even sample that can be tested properly and consistently. So we have a new series of testing that we can go by.
Now you're talking my language. I'm looking at it. It's -80 Celsius, -40 Celsius, and the highest temp is 40 Celsius in this single mode. I just posted the links in the chat room on the unit.
What about in Hash Church? Why don't we post it in Hash Church so it's, you know, each time we discuss a certain group of discussions, we can get that. I mean, I'll do it right now, but it doesn't always have to be one person by any means. You know, simply put, the best parts of the conversation should get posted into a thread in the Hash Church group.
You mean there's another group?
Yeah, it's called Hash Church.
First place overall.
Okay. I thought this was just you guys and us this whole time. What do you mean?
653 of our buddies.
Hey guys, we're gonna jump. I have to bring Rob back to the Grateful Dead concert, which I'm not attending tonight, which he was so sweet and brought me to. So it was really nice hanging out with everybody today.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Thanks for coming out, guys. Good to see you, Rob. Good to see you, Todd, as always. You guys made Hash Church episode 40 a special one. Thank you so much.
Lots of love, everybody.
Yeah, great.
Hey, Todd, hop down to my house on your way out. I have a gift for Rob.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. See you in a little bit.
Gift for Rob.
All right, everybody. All right. Peace and love.
All right, y'all.
Bye.
Stay strong, huh? Thanks.
Very nice.
I want a gift for Rob, man. Where's my gift for Rob?
Where's your gift for Rob?
Yeah, I'm only kidding.
Get it put together, man.
My gift was hanging out with Todd and Etienne at Secret Sesh. That was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we all make it to Jamaica for the World Cannabis Cup, and we will potentially have our Hash Church booth there. See what happens. I think it's going to happen. I actually had some people donate in the course of about $150 US so far through the little button on the YouTube channel there that's on the banner of Bubbleman's World. It just says PayPal donation. And that is a Hash Church booth at the Cannabis Cup in Jamaica. I want to have a place where people don't have to miss people, but have all one place to hang out. Of course, we're all friends with everyone in the industry, and we could easily all be hanging out at a booth. But I sure love the idea of having a booth that gives us a spot to all hang out at, a good sort of central place for everyone who's been on the panel and all the people who have watched. It gives the people who have watched and are chatting a place to kind of come and hang out and bring up Hash Church conversations. Some people really want to get in on this stuff, conversation-wise. How was your nap, Darrin?
Good. Perfect, man.
GTFO.
Is that what happened to him?
No, he was just like, I'm going to go hang out on the couch for a bit. I was like, all right.
Yeah, me and Oreo hanging out.
He was hanging out with O.
Eating some cookies.
Eating cookies. Not a bad thing. Would you like a bong rip?
Yeah, of course I would.
Now that you're back on church, we're almost over. It's almost 1 o'clock. We've done 4 solid hours of Hash Church goodness. It's been a nice one.
And an all-star one at that. Holy shit.
It looks so good. Oh man. Yeah, perfect.
There you go.
Gooey.
You got any stories you want to share with us, Jen, before we take off? Any little things? Any little sort of hellos and
Tell us a story, Jen.
Oh, man.
She can say something.
I have a story that's totally irrelevant to Hash Church, but
Perfect.
yeah. So I purchased some ducks for a friend, a couple ducks and a couple geese. They actually need to go outside, so as soon as I'm done, we're gonna go walk the ducks. Here's one.
Oh my God,
that's quackers. Let's see. All right, so this one right here is actually kind of handicapped. When I bought it, the lady. Yeah. When I bought it, the lady said, this one kind of walks in circles and doesn't really know what's going on, and, you know, like, I'm not sure what's up with it. You don't have to buy it if you don't want, because it's basically a defective duck. And I was like, oh my God, I'm taking it. So I let them hang out outside in the yard, and I've got this little pool for them. You know, it's like this big because they're this big. So I keep going out to check on them. Well, this little one just kind of gets left behind all the time. Like, they kind of stay near it, but the other four will be here, and the little one's over here walking in circles. No joke. And so apparently, through the period of about half an hour, I went outside and did my head count on all the ducks and was like, oh no, the little special one's missing. So I felt like a terrible mother, and I'm searching everywhere for this duck, and I was listening, and I could hear it screaming, and I was like, is that the duck? No fucking way. That sounds so far away. There's no way it could have gotten clear over there. So I walked clear down to the bottom of my property, following this duck just screaming away. And I get about 3 feet away from my back fence that's all barbed wire to the next property. There's no getting over that. And I hear this duck in there, and I see it kind of run. Well, the fucked up thing is that whole part of the property is blackberry bushes. And so I'm in flip-flops and a dress and no sleeves, and all I can think is, oh, baby, come here. So I go running through this fucking blackberry bush. And sure as shit, there's that poor little duck just sitting there screaming like, oh, my God. So it did too many circles and managed to wander like close to a fucking acre. And somehow I was able to find this little duck. Like, literally, if it would have went under my fence, I wouldn't have been able to get to it because the barbed wire is like here and the blackberry bush was enough. So anyway, moral of the story is I found the duck, and she's awesome. And yeah, I only got, you know, minor abrasions.
Damn.
So, I mean, all up and down my legs are pretty bad, but I didn't feel the blackberry bush until I had the duck in my hand.
Have you thought about giving phytocannabinoids?
Yes, absolutely.
Increases brain function, maybe.
Yes. I need to get my hands on some CBDs. I don't have any that will be finished for a moment, so yeah. I'm going to give the rest of the ducks to my friend that I got them for, but I'm going to keep this one duck. The other funny story is we're going to keep this one duck because I have this naked neck chicken that is an outcast. The other chickens killed its little naked neck friend, and so I have to keep this one chicken separate. So this chicken has been looking out for this duck, and they've been hanging out in their little group together. All the other chickens are over here being dicks. This one chicken's like, what's up, ducks? So that one kind of needs a friend. So we're going to keep the special duck to be friends with the chicken.
Special duck.
Oh, yeah. That's the highlight of the farm. So, I don't know. That's about all the stories that I really have right now.
Well, I'm glad you shared them with us. That's a great way to take us out of Hash Church today. Maybe a couple of duck stories and throw in a chicken for good measure. And as long as it doesn't involve a turducken, I'm down always.
It looks like a turducken, I've been told. Have you seen the naked neck chickens?
Turducken.
He's got the whole neck is naked except for this one little poof of feathers right here that looks like a little like necklace, or like it's got like a pendant, like a feather pendant right here.
Yeah.
But from here, it's got like a bowl around its head, and from there down to its body is totally bare. So yeah, I'll shoot you guys pictures. I'll post some pictures because it's the fucking cutest damn thing I've ever seen. So
Very
gotta entertain myself some way.
Absolutely, I think it's valiant of you to keep that duck. You know, you never know. They might have offed him. He wasn't.
Oh, they would have offed him. Baby duck soup.
Baby duck soup. Well, glad that they didn't, and that he's alive. And thank you everyone for coming out to Hash Church 40. That was 4 solid hours of awesomeness. It's 1 p.m. and I'm always excited to say adios. Have a great day, everyone, and thanks for coming in. I really do appreciate it. Hash Church 41 coming up next week. You guys there. Play us out, Mark. Play us out.
I was doing turkey in the straw since we were talking about turducken, right?
Perfect.